Welcome to the Football Critters Podcast. I'm your host, the Otter, and with me are my beautiful co-hosts,
The bear.
And the moose.
my
Moosey.
Moosey. Yeah, welcome to the show. Pretty much the whole year has passed. Playoffs have been played. Super Bowl teams have been determined.
Yeah, I was hoping for some new teams, but we just didn't get it this year.
Preferably some teams that haven't won it before.
Yeah.
But hey, it's going to be a great. I mean, the two best teams, like you could argue, got in.
Yeah, no,
So
I agree.
Yeah.
But I think now that pretty much everything is wrapped up, we'll go through team by team again, just like we have throughout the whole season with the power rankings. Go in the order of the draft order, and we'll just discuss, how we feel about the team, where they ended up makes sense, where we were right or wrong about the team, and hopefully some things to talk about that make fans of that team hopeful. So, I mean, already big changes have happened due to all the coaching stuff. So, how about we start off with obviously the number one pick of the draft? We got the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, they need a quarterback in a year where doesn't look like the best quarterback class.
Unfortunately, I mean, even the even like the free agency doesn't even look that promising either.
I mean, even if they go for Darnold, he's going to be a lot. Somebody's going to spend a lot. And it's not that I think he's a bad quarterback. I just don't think. I think he's going to get way more than what he's worth.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Sam Darnold, I wasn't too surprised what happened at the end of the season where the games actually mattered. He didn't look too impressive.
Right.
Because I feel like now the Vikings QB spot is like that, like with Kirk Cousins before, and now with Sam Darnold, they make the QB look a lot better than they actually are. Not that Kirk Cousins or Sam Darnold are bad, it's just that it makes them look better than they are.
Right. Like it elevates the play to a level that they can be like 11 to 14 win teams.
Yeah, exactly. And, the NFL comes down to when the games matter, you got to win. And those two QBs kind of proved that they couldn't. But
yeah, it sucks when you have you're in the team where I know we're talking about the Titans, so we're going on a tangent here, but you have the we have the with Sam Darnold. It sucks when you're the biggest reason for the loss. Like that's when most of the questions come out. You can be like Josh Allen, who had, I would say, not the best Josh Allen game, but still really damn good game against a good defense.
And he's made some serious improvements to his game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sam or Josh or both?
Josh. Well, actually, honestly, both. As much as Sam Darnold, yeah, okay, well, the game didn't go the way he wanted. This time last year, we weren't talking about him as a starting quarterback, and now he's going to be the number one quarterback in free agency.
Yeah,
over future Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I mean,
yeah, I would argue he earned his money. Whatever contract he gets, I think he would definitely earned it through this year, even if he didn't win a playoff game. Those two.
So if he
those two losses,
$50 million.
Oh God!
We've seen. So to give you an example, remember the year Brock Osweiler got a ton of money? I remember that being not a very good free agency year.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at this situation. And look, I think he might be better than Brock Osweiler, honestly. I was never a big fan of him. But it's kind of a similar situation. So somebody's going to pay him, I think, top dollar. I think he's going to get 50 plus.
I could see him going to the Titans.
I honestly wouldn't be mad. You just kind of have a high end or a low end starter to, average starting quarterback, or he repeats what he did and he improves even further. And you guys, they just build around him, through the draft and free agency. I mean, they've already done a lot in free agency last year.
And I think they did a good job in the draft as well. I mean,
yeah,
I think they picked up some key and Latham. They picked up J.C. Latham, and I think Brownlee's playing good there. So I mean, they picked up a lot of guys that I really liked. And I know that when you looked at the rookie rankings, like a lot of those guys did show up.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of part of that. Like to start the season, I put them at 23 as my ranking. No, I put them as 28. Never mind. That was you.
Yeah.
You guys put them at 22 and 23. But I mean, 28 I thought was still pretty high. The only big question for me was literally the QB situation.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
having them at 28 was basically due to their roster.
I
Like
don't have a lot of faith in Levis. I just don't.
I don't think they do either.
I think he's fallen worse than I think I've ever seen a quarterback fall. Like the
Yeah.
mistakes are just so bad.
Yeah.
But they are funny.
They are so hilarious.
Hey, you imagine being a Titans fan.
Honestly, after
can't
the
be
third
fun.
time, I think I would start laughing.
Uh-huh.
Because then it's like, oh, I get it. This is a comedy, not professional.
You would not. You totally would not. You'd be so upset.
No, it would be so demoralizing. It'd be funny.
Yeah.
Like the first 2 times, I'm like, I had faith in you, and now like, oh, all my faith is gone. So it's like I'm just gonna laugh about it now.
Now they're gonna trade for Geno. Just because you said that.
They'd be too expensive. He'd be too expensive for them. I don't know. I mean, you guys had him pretty high. Like, what would you guys compared to where do you guys think you went wrong with their preseason rankings that you guys thought?
Mostly Will Levis. Not that I thought he was
Yeah.
going to be good, but I thought he was going to be good enough with the weapons that they picked up in the offseason and the draft that they had and all that I thought they were going to be a pretty decent team.
Yeah.
They had so many receiving weapons.
Yeah.
You had Calvin Ridley, D-Hop. They had for Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
Did they have another guy that was pretty good? I know a guy came up late this year. Nick Westbrook-Akine, I think.
Yep, that's it.
They picked up what's his face from Dallas.
Tony
Yeah,
Pollard.
Tony Pollard.
Yeah, Tony
They got
Pollard.
Lloyd Cushenberry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
and they traded. Did you say Snead? They traded for Snead.
Yeah, they did that too. Yep.
So I mean, like they made a lot of good acquisitions. It's just the quarterback play was really that bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Like he single-handedly lost them 2 games. Like their defense.
I mean, he
them
tossed.
close.
He definitely
Yeah.
tossed some games.
Mm-hmm. Like literally
backwards tossed
That's
some games. It hurt to watch, man. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, like I don't think their defense is bad either, and I think with the rookies that they have, I think it's going to get better. They really just need a competent QB.
Yeah.
And I would be a lot better than what they were.
And their offensive line is definitely improving from what it was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so until they get a quarterback though, like okay, if they take Cam Ward, I like Cam Ward, but I think he would have been like my 6th or 7th ranked quarterback from last year's draft class.
Yeah, I would most likely agree with you.
Like, and I'm not even trying to be mean, like, because I do like the player, but you gotta be honest with what you see on the field.
Hey, 6th or 7th last year got you Bo Nix, and they got a playoff game out of that. So
yeah, right in defense, but okay.
I mean, yeah,
Bo Nix will do bad.
You have to do the same thing.
I'm not saying he did bad. I'm just saying, let's not act like he led the charge there.
The defense got them at the beginning of it. We'll talk about the Broncos.
Yeah, I was just about to say we'll talk about the Broncos.
We'll get there later.
But like, I think they have all the makings to be competitive next year with a good quarterback. Whether they're going to do that in free agency, I think between the two, I would rather go through free agency and just build the team up with elite talent.
Yeah,
like getting Abdul Carter or somebody great.
Yeah, fully agree.
Or trade back and just fill it up with this deep class. Like,
I mean, if they picked up Darnold and then took Carter in the first round, I don't hate that idea.
Yeah, would you rather have that or get Cam Ward first pick?
I would rather Carter. I believe in Carter.
Right.
Not just because he's from Penn State.
Fair enough.
I truly do believe that he's going to be special.
I think that's probably the best course of action. But
agreed.
We'll see what they do. I'm excited to see what they do because they have the new GM now. So we'll see how they plan all that out.
I'm curious how they feel about how the coach's performance was this year. I wouldn't say I can make a fair opinion on it. How do you feel about him, Otter?
I mean, he was all right.
Not
I don't
trying to
think
put you on the point.
he didn't. No. You're good. I mean, he didn't push the needle for anything. Like he wasn't
Yeah,
elevating the offense to the point where. I mean, he did his job. He did a fine job, but I didn't even know what his role was. Like I know he was the offensive coordinator for the Rams previously, right?
like I didn't hate anything I saw. I just don't feel like I saw an uplift in the team at all.
My disappointment was like the offensive line also wasn't that as good, even though they brought the Browns O-line coach with them. Like I would have thought he would have had that into shape.
The one
But-
thing that disappointed me is that they kept putting Levis back in.
Yeah,
That's my only gripe. I thought he really did bad enough to to a point where he almost should have been just sat for the entire season, and we'll come back to this next year.
They did prove that he's not a starting QB though, with how much he played.
True. That was probably the biggest thing they could probably figure out this year was like, is he the guy? Nope.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool. We can move on now.
Yeah.
Out of everything they've done, it was probably a
That's
success
fair, yeah.
because of that.
What did we do this year? We found out we wasted a pick. Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
At least we did something.
Hey, we got a first round pick out of it too. Look
You're
at
fired.
that. Pretty much what happened. Happened to the GM. But all right. Well, let's move on to the number 2 pick in the draft, the Cleveland Browns. I like looking at how our rankings started.
Oh,
and
I was
ended.
afraid of them.
God, their roster looks so stacked. And even their like year was kind of like, if we're looking at our rankings, like we were at a period of like obviously we're really low on them or high on them, and then quickly by week 4 we're like, all right, yep, bottom like 10 team for sure. And then Jameis came in after week 10 or so, and we're all like, you know what, Jameis, fold us all. Now they suck again.
He got his 1 W, and then
Yeah,
disappeared again.
got his W. Yep, ate his W and left. He got full of all them W's.
I was thinking about making a joke about that. I'm like, that'd be super lame.
And here I am, diving headfirst into the deep end. My people need me.
Did you see Justin Tucker's going there now?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
I started looking into that a little bit last night. I was like, oof.
Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. Apparently somebody called that like 2 years ago though, and no one listened. But
interesting.
But anyway, the Browns, what a season.
You think they're gonna trade Garrett this offseason?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I am in heavy belief that they will.
Yeah,
didn't the coach or GM say that they won't do it? But Garrett also said that he won't play. So I don't know.
Did he say he won't play?
He had to sit down with the management and said, like, if we're not going to win, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
That's what the reports coming out are saying.
Yeah, well, it's like he went there saying, I want to know what your plan is, and if we don't have a plan, we're leaving. But I don't think there was any determination whether he wanted to leave or not. Like, I don't know. I
think that's enough.
But if there was like, oh, we're not going to trade him, like, what else is Garrett going to do? I mean, he could hold out, but...
I mean, nobody's going to say, oh, yeah, we're going to trade him. They're going to play the hardball game. You know what I mean? Especially with somebody that they could easily get a first-round pick out of.
Well, I would have been like, we always field calls, but we're not going to trade him. Like, that's what I would have said. Like, keep the temptation there. Like, it's going to be a competition. But he said even for 2 first-round picks, they wouldn't do it.
Well, they still got to be able to pay him, so I don't know how they're going to do that.
Guys, why were we so high on them? I don't get it.
Because they had a stud offensive line a year ago, and there was promise that what's his face was going to come back. Why can't I think of his name?
Oh,
running back,
Nick Chubb.
Yeah, Nick Chubb. They have a good defense. I mean, there's no argument. Their defense is good.
Yeah, they have talent.
I mean, I don't feel like they had a weakness outside of quarterback. Like, I think they're
I mean, their
pretty
O line
fairly
played like dog crap this year, though. They were hurt as
Yeah.
hell, but even their
Okay.
starters were playing bad though too.
Their left tackle basically decided he didn't want to play.
Yeah.
And then a lot of their older, good linemen just got hurt.
Well, it's like that. They also like lost a step. See, and they lost their O line coach. Like,
Well, yeah, there's
that's
that
kind.
too.
Sometimes that's like the most underrated move in an off season.
Yeah, that's huge.
Like, you know when the Patriots lost their guy?
Yeah, I'm terrified when Stoutland leaves the Eagles.
Oh God, yeah, that'd be.
Yeah, he's only getting older, so he eventually will retire.
I would rather him just keep getting younger, to be honest.
So true.
I think the biggest shock to me was obviously that Sean Watson part wasn't shocking, but it was how bad the O line was that made all of Watson's mistake or issues he's had magnified like by 10.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I did think he was going to bounce back to at least. I didn't think he was going to be as bad as he was the year before. I thought, a
First
a
year
year
in
worn in,
system, yeah.
things have calmed down a little on his end. Maybe he'll turn back to what we saw before, but I just don't think that's the case.
Yeah, they're so fucked. The Browns. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just I don't even know what a plan would be.
I think the only two players they have on the roster in like 2027 signed still is obviously Watson, Denzel Ward, and Judy. Those are the only three. Everyone else is a free agent then. I'm pretty sure, unless they made it some like other moves that I missed by that when I read that.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
because that was right after Judy signed the extension with them.
Yeah, I just don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, honestly, like what do they do at quarterback? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Do they get a guy in the draft for cheap?
Well, they can't even afford to pay somebody in free agency.
Yeah, so if they're getting a guy, it has to be the draft. You're right.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, I would honestly even wait in the second or third round, to be honest.
I wouldn't be shocked if they're like the team to trade back almost immediately this year.
Yeah,
because like they kind of know what they're in for.
You think the Giants, like if the Giants like moved up,
I would not be shocked that they move up.
But they're at 3. They probably wouldn't move up one place, right?
I don't know. They've done dumber things.
Raiders
before.
maybe. Raiders move up to get Sir Sanders maybe. If Cam Ward's taken.
I just have this gut feeling that that's where Russell's going to go.
It feels too obvious.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that usually is what happens.
If they do draft a guy, kind of like the idea of just being like, all right, so we're going to have basically we're just going to assume we're paying this rookie like how much? $50 million a year, essentially, just because, and just assume that's what we're doing, just because you're not getting rid of that Watson contract.
Oh, I see what
for
you're
a
saying.
long time. So
sorry, I lost you too.
Yeah, for the books.
Yeah,
all right, we have a $50 million QB that's cheap as shit. So the longer we wait in the draft to pick up a QB, the cheaper the QB is going to get. Because if you get a 4, you're paying them. If you're paying him a 2, or in the 4, like if you trade back in the 4th or 5th pick, well, I guess not the 4th, but the 6th pick with the Raiders or whatnot, like you're still paying a lot of money up front for those contracts. So that's why I kind of like the idea of trading back and then just getting a QB late.
I mean, I think they need a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
Especially if, Garrett is on the table.
Honestly, if he's on the table, you get 2 first-round picks. You replenish your roster. Like, is he even worth more than that? Would you pay more for more than 2?
I don't think so.
I mean, how much did Khalil Mack get?
Camille got 2. Khalil got 2. And I think like a third or something like that.
I could see that. Khalil Mack was younger though, right?
It was 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, but okay, it was just 2. I was just about to check. Bears gave up first-round picks in 2019 and 2020, a third-round pick
in 2020, okay.
A sixth-round pick. Yeah.
Damn.
And a second-round pick. a second-round pick in 2020 and a fifth-round pick in 2020 as well. So it was a lot of picks, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
That was so like if that's what they got for Mac, I have a hard time believing a similar deal would not be in place. But honestly, he's worth it. I mean, like a team that's in a win now mode, I can see going for that. Who that is, I don't know. Green Bay?
But how old was Khalil Mack when he got traded?
Probably around the same age, wasn't he? That was 2018 when that happened.
Checking. I don't know if they say it in the article.
Well, Miles Garrett is 30, right?
I think he's 29.
Yeah, I think he's 29. I'm pretty sure on that.
He'll be turning 30 in December, so yeah, he's 29.
He was 27.
That's like right in the prime.
Okay.
And not that Miles Garrett isn't in the prime, but still,
yeah, that's
he's
true.
2 years older.
Yeah.
So you'll have Miles Garrett.
You have a chance of a fall off after like the first 1 or 2 more years.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But a fall off for Garrett is like, would be still like a top 20 edge.
100%. Yeah. Okay, I 100% agree. I'm just saying whoever trades for him will have him for less time than they had Mac, but obviously that didn't work out either. But
yeah, I don't know. They got a lot to play with right now.
They've a lot to do.
Yeah, they got rid of their offensive coordinator.
That's what surprises me.
The GM.
Yeah, he's still there. I'm like, oh.
He did put a good team together, talent.
Yeah, I actually like the talent. Andrew Barry, I actually like how.
It's just he needs to work on his contracts.
He needs to work on like not trading for guys who have 23 allegations against him.
Yeah, that was the bad one. But I don't know if that was like
it's the bad one. It like destroyed the team.
Yeah, I mean I think rumor is that it was the owner that kind of pushed that more than anything.
Definitely possible.
Like I heard he's pretty meddling. Aside from I don't think he bothers Andrew Barry in the draft, but
you know who could try to move up? The Jets.
That's true. They could do it too.
I could see them. They love splash, man. Oh god, when they go in the pool, man, they just go face first in.
Yeah.
They belly flop every time.
It's gonna be a rough couple years for the Browns. I'm curious to see how they're gonna navigate this, but only time will tell.
Just makes me wonder if they stuck with Baker, how it could have been.
Baker still hasn't had a consistent O-line coach or offensive coach in his 6th or 7th year now. Like he's like 6 years in a row. He hasn't had the same offensive coach. All right, let's move along to the New York Giants at the 3rd pick.
Another team that I just don't know.
This one we were all pretty consistent on.
Yeah.
And I guess there was a period of time where we put them up all the way to 25, 26, but
is it just because other teams were just playing that bad?
I think so.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
As I say, I just don't.
I think
feel like
they also just beat the Seahawks within that time frame too.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I think also. I mean, their defense isn't bad, and I forget what was going on at QB at the time there, but I guess that was post trade. So that was. Oh no, they didn't trade Daniels Jones.
Yeah, they just they put him at safety, and then he's.
Yeah, because that's a great way to build your culture up,
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
They're just another team that I just don't have much hope in seeing a jump back next year.
They got a lot of young pieces I'm excited for. Their defense, I think, is going to be much better, especially if the rookies that played so much this season take another step up.
Mm-hmm.
Like Andrew Phillips and Tyler Newman played great. You're going to have another year with Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence is going to come back after his injury.
I'm not too worried about their defense. Their offense, they probably need another weapon.
Yeah,
at least.
Oh yeah,
and obviously figure out a QB, but
yeah, and they're going to get a good running back in this draft if that's what they do, and it's going to be like, can they get an O-line, like fill out their O-line depth a little bit more, and
I mean we've
get
been
a QB
that for
like you said,
15 years.
I think They had a lot of injuries in their O-line too this year.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Andrew Thomas got hurt, it was pretty much over.
Yeah.
And then the two guards got hurt that they paid, or the guard and the right tackle.
The right tackle that when he came out, we thought was a surefire, like, safe pick. You know what I mean? Like,
who?
it's kind of bad luck.
That guy. Yeah, he was the
Yeah.
backup. I was talking about the guy they signed. I think it was
great.
Luminor.
Yeah, Luminor.
He got hurt. And
Yeah, Evan Neal ended up starting
Evan Neal,
till the end
yeah.
of the season because Luminor was hurt. But
God, that sucks. I love.
I just remember.
Too. That's so.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, I thought he was going to be very good.
Mhm.
I thought he was very safe, and you know, I'm shocked.
Yeah, he was my number one tackle in that draft out of the
He was
top
mine
three.
too. I think he was my number one. It was either him or
Chooks.
Chooks?
No, sorry. What's his name?
Ikem Ekwonu.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's dope.
So
he's still pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, they have one more year to try to make this right, and I don't even know what they can do unless they get lucky in the draft for the QB. Like they're going to draft one, like they have to, right? Unless they do the Sam Darnold thing.
Maybe they believe in
I could see Sam Darnold going there.
Yeah, and I mean they'll have the cap space to do it too.
Yeah, the only thing it'll be like, I can maybe pay Russell for another year as a bridge quarterback, and then train up a guy. I love that. I don't know why you love because he's not being paid by the Steelers at that point.
Yeah,
I just think it's a good fit.
Do you actually?
Yeah, I love it. I love the idea. I think he fits that offense.
Broken.
Yeah.
I would say that, so out of like probably most of the teams, like this is probably one of the teams you were pretty right on. Like it was hard to gamble on a team as young and weaponless as it was. Even if I did like how they did their offseason, their offseason was still like a rebuild season. Like
yeah, definitely.
So
it was a rebuild year, definitely.
Yeah. Like obviously the Brian Burns pick we loved at the time. And I still love it. Like, I don't know. Everything they've done, like everyone can argue the Saquon move. Yeah. Well, you didn't like the Brian Burns one?
No, I did not.
Oh.
Not at all. I didn't think they were in a win now mode, and I think that was a win now mode trade. And I felt like their offense was more of a problem than their defense. And you could have kept Saquon Barkley, who wanted to stay there, and instead you gave up, a first round pick, and then paid this guy significantly, even though you really needed to fix the offense. Like I thought it was a horrible move, to be honest, and it has nothing to do with the player. I love the player,
but their pass rushes was a must need, and
I just think
they needed someone other than
so much, like between Aziz and who's the other one? Who's the other edge they got?
Oh yeah, Thibodeau.
Like between those two, I felt like they had enough there to at least do okay.
I don't know, man.
It wasn't like a huge gap in the offense. Like I just think with Saquon on the offense, it would have done so much more than giving away everything to go get Burns. That's fine.
Saquon would have had a regular or one of his other regular years in the Giants that he always had before.
I mean, I'm not saying he would do what he did on the Eagles, but I'm just saying the offense would absolutely score more points with him there.
They're all so bad.
They only traded a second round pick for him and a fifth, and then swapped picks in the later round.
And I don't paid him.
Brian Burns. Yeah, but they also have a lot of cap to play with. Even with the contract they paid him, they still have like fifth most next year or something like that, because all their players are young. Like they don't have any other contracts, and stay competitive, especially like for them. Dexter Lawrence is their number one. Like pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
He's their everything pretty much. And you get a guy, and Thibodeau has been so inconsistent. At least Brian Burns showed he can be. Like it's either A, you're freeing up players for Lawrence, or you're putting more one-on-ones for Burns. It's like a win-win scenario where Thibodeau never proved he could win one-on-ones that often. That was kind of like, that's why I liked the move. And Aziz didn't really show much either until actually this year. I actually liked what he did this year, but
he also had Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence in this.
Right. So he had even more one-on-ones than usual.
Yeah.
So,
and like I said, it has nothing to do with the actual player. It's just when your biggest problem is you can't score points, you got to get somebody who can score points.
and they do that with Malik Neighbors,
Well, yeah, but there's only one.
Yeah, I don't know. This was a rebuild year, so as far as that goes, and you're getting talent to kind of create a foundation for the future, like you don't want to have nothing. And especially if you're going to be if you're a coach in your potential last year, like you're probably going to need to make more splash plays anyway. So I would like to see how they're going to handle all that in free agency. Get like a second. Ooh, what if they get T. Higgins?
Oh.
What do you mean no?
No. They don't need that kind.
All right. Say the Steelers don't exist. What if they get T. Higgins?
I like it.
That'd be great.
Like they have the money.
Does T. Higgins want to go there?
I mean, that's up to him, but I mean, I'm sure he'll follow wherever the money takes him. So,
we'll see.
Going from Cincinnati to New York City, I'm sure he'd love it.
I mean, I think if it was that way, he would have taken some business decisions this year. But he played hard, I think, all season.
Oh yeah,
and I don't know if that was expected.
Well, I think he needed to make up because he was injured earlier in the season, so he needed to avoid that injury designation as like to not get paid as much. I think showing how like him kicking ass later in the season kind of contributed to him doing all that.
And kicking ass he did.
Yeah, he sure fucking did.
Yeah, that offense is completely different without T. Higgins than with, but
yeah. And it's like proven in the stats. Like T. Higgins is not there. It's like a massive drop off in production, even with Jamar Chase playing. It's kind of crazy. All right. Anything else on the Giants?
No, I want to stop talking about them.
All right, cool. Well, then we'll do number 4, the New England Patriots. They got
it's going to be a tough year. Yeah, they got Vrabel.
I like that hire.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I mean, I just feel like they took advantage of a comp pick scheme by hiring Mayo, and then got rid of him the minute they knew they wouldn't get any more out of it.
But they can only get a comp pick for him if he gets signed as a head coach in other places.
No, because they signed him as a head coach. I think they get one. I'm pretty sure on that.
I thought the team that no, because when Robert Saleh went to the Jets, the 49ers got it. It's to encourage people to cultivate talent of minorities and spreading it throughout the league. So they reward the team that brings in more minority coaches. So every time so when the Jets hired Saleh, the 49ers got the comp picks.
Interesting.
It's not the team that picks them up.
Stunned silence.
I think I'm prove that I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. I was like, somebody's going to fact check me. That's the silence of keyboards clicking.
I think the Patriots need to do a lot in the offseason.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Especially in the offensive line.
Yeah. And weapons. And defense.
Here you go, Bear. If the team that loses or has their executive or coach signed to another team, the team that lost them will receive a 3rd round compensatory pick for the next 2 years.
The next 2 years?
Yep. So they got a 3rd round pick for 2 years straight. But yeah, Moose, I 100% agree with you. Like they have a lot of work to do on offense specifically.
Yeah. And I think they need to do a lot of work on the defense too, other than DBs pretty much.
I mean, luckily,
I guess other than one DB.
Luckily, the defensive problems have been mostly injuries related. Yeah, so I think they could survive without. I mean, you still want to get more players, but they didn't have Barmore all season, and they traded away Judon. So they definitely need edge rushers.
And I
Mhm.
mean, it's
You're definitely right about
a
that.
pretty deep edge rush class. Edge rush class. That's in their benefit. But attacking the O-line, attacking weapons. I mean, the hardest thing to get, it looks like they have a quarterback. I mean,
I was just about to say, I don't even know if they got anything out of Drake May to determine that this year.
I definitely thought he played pretty good for what he had.
Yeah, I mean, for what he had, for sure. It's really hard to tell though, because
That's what I'm saying.
all the issues I've seen him have didn't really improve because he was been running for his life.
Mhm.
So, and doing what he did in North Carolina and make plays, but he also made some dumb decisions, and I don't think his mechanics have improved all that much. But he did have like crazy amount of like amazing runs.
Yeah.
Like his mobility was utilized way more than I thought he was going to do.
Yeah.
Also got him injured a lot. Sorry.
I don't doubt that he can be a good QB. I just don't know if he will be yet.
I can understand that.
You know what I mean?
I'm also worried because another coaching staff's coming in year 2.
Yeah, that too.
Hey,
that's not good.
Josh McDaniels is going to be his offensive coordinator.
Oh, great.
So he's destined for success.
So about that.
He's doomed. Nah, I'm sure he'd be fine. As long as they can do something with that O line to help him out, and he needs weapons,
yeah, really bad.
Yeah.
Like that Polk pick was not the immediate return I think they were expecting.
Well, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Let's be nice to the rookies.
Yeah, I'm not giving him crap. Well, I guess I'm hinting towards crap, but I'm not saying directly that he is, because he's, still young. It's just tough when you see how stacked the wide receiver class and how much success there was. And he didn't do much with it.
Yeah, I'm not sold on Polk either.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting beat out by Keyshawn Booty,
which is really bad.
like a 6th round pick or something like that. 5th round pick.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. They just have so much work to do. I think it's going to be another rebuild year next year.
Yeah, but you get the Vrabel culture in there. I think their defense is going to be scrappy as hell.
Yeah, true.
And when Josh McDaniels was the coach of the Patriots last time with Mac Jones, Mac Jones had his best years when he had McDaniels. After that, it was a crapshoot. But McDaniels, I think, is a good X's and O's OC.
Yeah,
his people skills. Oh yeah, terrible. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I truly just don't know. But what they're gonna look like next year. Yeah.
Have they announced who the defensive coordinator is going to be? Does anybody know?
I think his name is Vrabel. I don't know who it is. I think it was.
Oh, you said you had written down. Otherwise, I would have looked at it.
It's Terrell Williams.
Okay. Well, I don't have much on that. But who's next?
The next team.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the Jaguars coming. Another team you love to talk about. Duval.
I know. I wasn't gonna do it. I was like, I know someone's gonna do it.
Yeah, I was.
Come on,
just about to do it.
Come on, do it.
No thanks.
Come on, everyone, do their best. Duval.
I mean, I think that whole thing's dumb, anyways.
That his face cracks me up when he does that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
that nice meme with that
nice
guy. Yeah, he looks exactly like him from that meme.
Yeah. Nice. But yeah, Jaguars, we were pretty high on them early in the season, as I feel like most people were.
It's just the coaching.
Yeah,
and I don't. Yeah, and I don't even know if this new coach is going to do anything. I don't know.
Yeah, not a good start.
Yeah, I never was a huge fan of.
Speech?
No, I just
sounded like a tech bro. Oh my god, it was
It's like he's
cringy.
just joining a startup.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. I was like, oh no, I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, he could be like just like Josh McDaniels, where it's like very good X's and O's guy. Because I mean, I loved how he called the offense for Baker.
Yeah.
Like there was everything flowed very well. You knew how to utilize weapons even when Chris Godwin got hurt. Was able to scheme open the rookie kid McMillan a lot,
Yeah, I think they did a hell of a job with that.
and obviously one of the best O lines in the league.
Especially
kinda helped
after
out.
being one of the worst. You know what I mean? I mean, it was quite a comeback.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, I think their offense did a lot. How much of it was Todd Bowles, and how much it was him? It's
We're
so
talking
hard
about
to
the
know.
Jaguars.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the coach of the Jaguars.
Yeah.
well, like Todd Bowles is strictly defense, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He calls a hell. He probably gets everyone like at least prepared, but like the machinations of the offense like was all Cohen. I don't think he was he's definitely wasn't the one, like, I don't think pushing the culture or anything. Like, I think that was honestly on the offense, I think that was Baker.
Agreed.
He had a great year.
I don't even know. I guess they have weapons. Actually, do they have weapons? I don't even know
Brian
if they have weapons.
Thomas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like the only one, right?
I
I guess
mean, they have
Christian
Evan
Kirk and
Ingram.
Christian
Yeah,
Kirk and
they
Gabe
still have
Davis.
Kirk. They still have Kirk under contract. They have Davis.
Yeah.
Trying to think who else.
I mean, I'm hoping this works out for Trevor
ETN
Lawrence.
still.
Yeah,
Is
Travis Etienne
ETN?
is there. But
He might be a free agent this year, is he? He came out the same year as Najee, right?
good question.
I'm pretty sure he's a free agent.
He was 2021.
Yeah, then he is. Unless they signed his 5th year, which I doubt they did.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not going to be.
It's going to be another rebuild year.
Yeah.
That's secondary.
I'm hoping Trevor Lawrence, though. I mean, I'm hoping that this is what he needs. A purely offense. I guess Doug Peterson was. I don't know.
Doug Pearson's scheme wasn't that good, though.
Yeah,
like,
true.
And whether that was him or his OC that was really calling the plays, like, I don't even like, what was his name? Press Taylor.
Press Taylor. Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't, even if it was him, like, I don't think he was that good either.
He definitely was not.
And I think we just, the ranking does make sense from like how we started the year, just given the fact that Trevor Lawrence had a good bounce back year. Like, we thought he could just improve and build upon what they built on the years prior. Like, the only question mark was like, all right, how's our offensive line going to hold up this year?
Yeah.
And their defense. Like, their defense was scrappy last year, but it wasn't like world beating.
Yeah.
And everything kind of just stayed stagnant, to be honest. Stagnant to the point where as soon as Trevor Lawrence got hurt, the team fell apart even more than before. Even though I didn't dislike how Mac Jones played, though.
I was just gonna say I didn't think Mac Jones played that bad.
No, I just don't think he has the horses that Trevor Lawrence does.
No, not even close. So
I do like how Mac Jones brought out Brian Thomas, though. Like, as soon as it's kind of funny how Trevor Lawrence gets hurt, Brian Thomas, had a good year, good rookie year, but he had like his breakout when Mac Jones came in. He's like, who's the best player? Chuck it to him. That's what Mac Jones did.
Yeah. Also, Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis were injured as well.
So. Well, that kind of helps too, doesn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Did they have like Zay Jones? Oh, Zay Jones left the year prior.
Yeah. They're starting other wide receivers are Parker Washington and Josh Reynolds.
Oh yeah,
hey, be careful.
I like Parker Washington. I'm with you there, Bear.
Thank you.
Oh, he's from Penn State, that's why.
Be careful.
The hard part about talking about the Jaguars' future is, like, other than, you got a new coach, see how he gets the offense going with Lawrence.
Mhm.
You know, there's nothing like sexy about the picks they're going to have and their free agencies. Like their free agency is always splashy.
Yeah.
I'd actually like to see them kind of do kind of like what the Commanders did this year. The Commanders signed like 20 free agents, but all on cheap contracts, and got like 6 or 7 like good vet players to fill holes.
I definitely think they need more vets on their team because
Yeah.
it seems like their whole team is just young guys.
Yeah, and I bet Brandon Sheriff's not coming back. On the offensive lines, definitely should get an older guy in the room there. And they lost Cam Robinson this year. The other thing I didn't even think about till now is, they're also looking for a new GM at the moment.
Oh
And
yeah,
free agency is not that far away. Like, they do not have a lot of time to prep for free agency. Like, that's like it's like giving me anxiety thinking about it. It's like, oh God, you're gonna have to hit the ground running here. I mean, like all jokes aside, like seriously, it's gonna be a little chaotic in that place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where they would go with that route. Because who would even? I guess you'd have to find someone really quick, and you can't really sign anybody from. Can you sign executives from Super Bowl teams? You just can't sign coaches, right? Can you sign the executives?
I don't know how any of that works.
Because that would make sense if you could. Because that's
I
just.
think you have to ask, to go on interviews, but I don't know.
I don't think you have to ask for promotions, though, do you?
I think you have to ask to interview them if they're under contract.
Because there was that whole deal with Gannon getting interviewed by the Cardinals before
That was
the last Eagles Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was bullcrap.
Yeah.
How dare that guy try to do better for himself?
Yeah, go for the interview a week before the Super Bowl. Go for an interview for a new job instead of focusing on the Super Bowl.
It wasn't his fault. It was the field. Remember?
There we go.
Yeah.
Man, they better have the field ready this week or next week.
I heard they're watering it, even though it's AstroTurf. I don't really got much else to say on the Jaguars, to be honest.
Yeah, it all depends on their coach and how well he's gonna come up with this new offense.
Yeah,
because it's gonna be another rebuild year. Their defense. I mean, they need to work on the defense, but they do have a couple young guys. But I don't know. They need to do some work on the defense, especially in the DB room.
New head coach and new GM in the same year. I don't have very high expectation. I think this is going to be another rough one. But who knows? We've been wrong before.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, if he truly unlocks Trevor Lawrence, then it could be pretty good. But it's middling at best.
You have the foundation of Trevor Lawrence is like, if you can unlock the next level of Trevor Lawrence, like you're pretty much anything you do, he's already gets raised to the next level at that point.
Right.
Like, I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to unlock another level.
Trevor Lawrence has been cursed with coaches.
It's true.
You start off with Urban Meyer.
Jaguars.
Yeah, exactly. He started his career with Urban Myers.
Yeah, he was just trying to get back to the starting line with with Doug Peterson. Now he can finally start running.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's move on to the Raiders at the number 6 pick. Another team that was pretty consistent on our boards pretty much throughout the whole year. What do you guys think?
I mean, they
suck.
Had consistently bad quarterback play.
And they don't really have anything else going for them either, except for their tight end.
Oh, God, he's so good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was amazing.
And I guess, their O-line wasn't as terrible as they
No, their O-line got better. I think their O-line got better. They need a running back, and this looks like a heavy running back class. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, they've got that in their favor, and I think they could use maybe some D linemen in another strong line class.
Yeah, I mean, on their defense, Matt Crosby, Christian Wilkins, they both got hurt this year. So
we had them pretty low, mostly because it was Gardner Minshew starting.
Yeah.
And their secondary's been a problem.
Yeah, they didn't have the breadth of talent that most other teams have. Like, at least most teams have good talent.
And honestly, their coaching just wasn't that good.
I mean, you had pretty much your. Didn't Antonio Pierce never even coached a game until last year, right? Not this year, but like wasn't like a coach. Like he wasn't coaching pretty much anything. Like it was kind of weird.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it last year when they went on that winning streak or whatever after he took over was a lot of just like the hoorah kind of coach that got the
Yeah.
guys going. So
Yeah, leader of men type.
yeah, exactly. But I don't think he's head coach material. But
No.
Absolutely not. And that was pretty much proven. Like the Raiders did actually a smart decision, just let him go first year. Like I thought they were gonna bring him back, like for like a week there.
yeah,
And they got my boy. The league's
Petey.
so
I
much
think
better when Pete Carroll's in there.
it's so weird that they hired Pete Carroll. Like it was such a surprise when I saw that. I was like, what the fuck?
He's
I
like,
didn't think anybody was actually going to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
it's just like such a weird, like it doesn't, his style does not suit what you'd imagine a Raider to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna
Like,
be so weird.
The
seeing him
fun
on the side.
grandpa
Yeah, exactly.
coaching the Raiders, the oldest coach in NFL history.
His
To coach a
Alzheimer's
team.
kicks in and he shows up in a Seahawks sweatshirt one
Dude,
day.
that guy we have more dementia than he does.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Oh, I have a lot. It's a problem.
we could do a relay race with the three of us, and he would still beat us single-handedly.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
That guy, I wish I looked half as good his age.
I mean, we're not
Yeah.
talking about looks here, but
I mean, he looks great in black too. Like I'm talking about looks, man. Like that is one hot grandpa.
There's one hot grandpa.
wow, I didn't know that was your thing.
It's an Otter Zaddy.
Yeah. But I mean, look, if you're gonna get a bridge coach, I think you got like one of the best ones in the best situation for it. You know, bump that culture up for a year or two until he wants to actually retire. Which he might just want to. He probably won't want to retire until he dies. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like he
I just-
doesn't have that in him.
Yeah,
That
I
quit.
don't understand the bridge coach either.
I don't
But-
either. I was gonna say it, but yeah.
Well, what other kind of options did you really have? Like, I mean, you could have tried to bring in and blow up Brian Flores, maybe, or Robert Saleh. Those were the
I would
only
say
two I would have.
Flores is pretty much the same situation, but Salah, yeah, I mean, I have no problem with Salah.
Yeah. Or
There's-
try to interview someone from one of the Super Bowl teams after the Super Bowl's done. Like,
That's true too, but I don't even know if I like Kellen Moore as an option that much.
Yeah,
Steve Spagnola's already tried twice, right? Once or twice. Or was it just once?
I don't know though, man.
I think it was just once.
I would be interested.
And Spags.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just it's such a weird. Like I said, it's just a weird decision. I don't understand it for the future, especially on a team that needs
I think
long-term success.
I think when it comes to the big picture thing, I think Pete Carroll is probably one of the best out there, though.
I think he'll build.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad coach. I don't know. It's just I don't understand it.
And hell, I mean, he could be completely hands off when it comes to the offense and defense, as long as like
Yeah,
he does everything else. Like,
And
like, being as
wasn't Tom Brady like one of the biggest like backers on him going there?
yeah, I mean, he tried getting Ben Johnson like hardcore start, but as everyone should, like,
Yeah.
he was the top candidate. Yeah.
But it's gonna be a tough year, tough sledding. You know, hopefully. I mean, I'll be rooting for him, just because it's Pete Carroll. You know, I love the guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
If anybody can, and I like that they got their defensive coordinator back. I actually really like how he schemed up that defense with as little talent as they had.
Yeah,
like they were always scrappy.
I mean, they spent a
their
lot of money
offensive
on that
coordinator?
defense.
Who's their offensive coordinator?
Did they even sign one yet?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I don't think they did, but let me check. Yeah, they didn't sign them yet. Wait. Yeah, they didn't sign him yet.
Keep the temptation up.
I mean, yeah, I think that will determine a lot with their offense and who they get as a QB.
I think they're prime target for Shooter Sanders if they don't Like they would make that pick for some reason.
Yeah, which is really depressing.
I think it fits. I think it's a great place for him to go.
I just want the Raiders to win, just for the Raiders fans.
At this
And-
point, yeah.
And Dion wants to win too, so it'll work out. Everybody's gonna be happy.
What, are they going to hire Dion as their offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Sure,
I
why
know
not?
I know what the defense is thinking.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I guess that they also need more weapons really bad.
That's true. I mean, other than Brock,
Yeah.
it's going to be tough sledding.
And
I got Zay Jones too, right? Or
that
What is with you and Zay Jones?
I don't know. Zay Jones has been in my head lately.
I don't know why.
That's so funny. Just such a random person to have in your head.
Like you said his name like 3 times already. It's like
And you
every time I'm
said
just
it's
like,
so
what?
normal.
Who's
Like,
their?
I don't know. Zay Jones has been in my head lately.
Well, so I know he was on the Raiders, and then he went to the Jags, and that's kind of why we went
even know
from
where
the
he's at
Jags to
right
the
now.
Raiders.
So how are you picturing him in your head? Like, is
in front of a
is he in a
fireplace,
bathing suit? Yeah.
on a bearskin rug,
Oof.
on top of you. I'm just kidding.
Oh God. This sounds
Zay
hard.
Jones is on the Cardinals.
Oh yeah, that's why. Okay,
Yeah.
but yeah, he was on the Jags and then the Raiders. That's why it was a weird coincidence there. But it was the Patriots receiver they had, right? Is he on free agency now?
Yeah. Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
I'm buying you his jersey for your
I was about to bring up Jacoby Myers, and then you brought up Zay Jones.
Damn it.
Which jersey would you want for your birthday? Of Zay
Zay
Jones.
Jones, obviously.
Well, yeah, but like which team?
Black
He
is
started-
fine. Just give me the Raiders.
He started off with the Bills, but
I think I'm gonna get him that jersey, but it'll
The
probably
Bills
be hard
one.
to find.
yeah, and I mean Jacoby Myers is decent.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
Jacoby's pretty
and-
good.
He had his best year this year, but also I guess they had Brock Bowers, but I was just about to say that he was like their only weapon, but Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I mean Bowers is fantastic, and Michael Mayer's not bad either. I mean they've got 2 good tight ends, and if they can get a running back in this class and run in 12 a lot, they could really get something going. But they need a quarterback. They need a running back. I think they've solidified their offensive line to be good
Mhm.
now, and they got to work on their secondary. Like I think those are the big needs. I think this team can get better, and I really do think that Pete Carroll can really build a good culture here. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't say the future is as dark as maybe some think.
Yeah, I don't think so. It really depends on who they hire as offensive coordinator as well.
I mean, it's a tough division. Let's
Yeah,
not lie.
definitely.
I
Yeah,
think
definitely.
everybody in this division is on the up,
Mhm.
or as high as you can get in some cases. But
Right.
so
Yeah,
I wouldn't be too depressed with where they are. It was a tough year, but I think things are on the up.
It'd be fun to see how this division plays out for the next couple of years with Pete in it. Like that coaching group, it's gonna be
Yeah.
so funny.
Wow. I didn't even think about that. Oh my God.
The oldest coaches in the league.
Harbaugh,
Sean Payton,
Andy
Reid,
Andy
Reid.
Reid.
Pete
My
Carroll.
God. All Hall of Fame coaches. It's crazy.
All right, let's go on to the New York Jets. Another one we were so wrong on.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were.
Yeah, it's easy to see. I gotta give you some credit, Moose. Say it once, I'll say it again. The breaks you're putting on Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought they were going to be better than this, but
Yeah, I mean the defense, like all the investments they made on the offense, like getting it, like all you wanted really was a competent QB. Now, I think later in the year, I think Aaron Rodgers became a competent QB, but
Right.
everything else went to such shit it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it went to shit really fast this year.
Yeah, like you weren't getting anything at any point in the season, really.
Yeah.
Anything like worth having hope for.
yeah, it was rough.
And I'm such a sucker. I think they should keep him. I think they
Oh
should keep him for
God,
one more year.
no,
Oh, man.
no,
God.
no. You're the problem.
If I'm thinking of it from like, a
Stop playing
high,
Madden.
yeah, exactly. If I'm thinking from like a high end perspective, not high end, but like a bird's eye view. How about
High
that?
end.
We'll say bird's eye view perspective, where I have no skin.
Yeah,
I think, like, if I'm thinking of this like as a strategy game, I think
Yeah.
keeping Aaron Rodgers
I mean,
for a year makes sense. But if I had to work with the guy, yeah, I'd get him the fuck out.
I mean, I think they are making business decisions like they have no skin in the game. Like I would say that is what's been going on, and that's why they've such problems.
I mean, their new coach, what's his name? Who's the defensive coordinator for the Lions? Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, that's it.
He said he was he was more than happy to have Aaron Rodgers for another year.
Another
if he
defensive-minded
wants to play.
coach with a weak offense.
Pretty much.
Woo!
I could see keeping Aaron Rodgers for another year, just because who else are you going to get there? You get in there, QB.
So I'm gonna look at this from another view. Does he want to play another year?
Yeah, that's where it's come down to now. I think.
I think if Garrett Wilson's that upset, I don't think you keep Aaron Rodgers either. Like if it's going to cause a rift in the offense where you can't have
true.
Garrett being happy, then like.
Oh, and somebody will trade a king's ransom for him immediately. Garrett Wilson, if it was up to that,
I would. Not for my team, but if I was building
it
a
would
team,
for mine.
it would be. I think they got a lot of young people for the O line though too coming up. Like Vashnu got some good playing in. I thought he did pretty decent for what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of other people thought he struggled a lot. A lot of reports were saying that he was struggling a lot, but it's tough to be a rookie tackle either way.
Well, that's true.
You know what I mean? Year two hopefully will be more promising, no matter what for him. But yeah, I mean, I'm just worried about the owner's decisions more than anything.
They could do the funniest thing and sign Sam Darnold to a huge contract.
Oh my god, Sam Darnold. They could probably give Sam Darnold like $1 billion, and he'd probably say no. Well, maybe not $1 billion.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I would be like, you can give me $1 billion, I can throw like a couple picks a game.
You kick the crap out of me for that kind of money.
You just a crash test dummy for.
I mean, that's
Gunners.
what he was when he was there.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I was him, I wouldn't even.
I heavily doubt
if they're if they're dialing me,
Yeah,
I'm not even answering the phone.
I know. I just thought it'd be funny.
I bet he'd be like shaking as he picks up the phone.
Yeah, I just don't see what options they have. I mean, they have Jordan Travis on the roster, so if he's recovered and had some good reps in camp, maybe you throw him out there.
Yeah, I haven't heard many reports. I mean, I'm hopeful.
Looking at last year's class is kind of some of the late round guys there was not a lot of investment in the late rounds. So other than Jordan Travis, I think. But
all right, let's move on.
No more Jets talk?
No,
Well, what do you guys think of the Aaron Glenn hire? Real quick before.
I mean, I don't dislike him. I just think
I like it.
I'm more worried, like I said, about what ownership decisions are done, because I think that's been their downfall over the past few years.
Well, yeah.
I know it's probably a tall ask for them to stay out of it, but I think as a coach, I think Aaron Glenn, like how he works with people, I think he'd have a quick turnaround in Jets country.
If he's allowed.
What do you mean? If there's no meddling. That's why I added the caveat.
Just because, they've had their hands in the pot so much that I just, I don't think Robert Saleh is a bad coach. Like, I'm just going to come out and say it. Like, I'm still shocked of the firing. I don't see him as the problem. I thought he built a pretty good defense.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem was on the offense. And, I feel like it was hard to blame the coach with a lot of the decisions that were made.
Yeah, definitely.
So, that's where, like, I just have such a hard time really giving an opinion on this team at this moment.
It's like, how could you blame him for the QB play when all of you had was Zach Wilson and then Aaron Rodgers coming off an injury. So I guess you just didn't meet New York expectations, but yeah, you're definitely right. I think as a hire though, like I think Aaron Glenn has the potential to be like a better coach than I think he has the potential to be one of the best coaches in this cycle. Just because of what
Yeah, I
I've
can see
heard
that.
players talking about him,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
nothing
I can
but
see
glowing
that.
reviews. So
Yeah, and like I said, my opinion has nothing to do with Aaron Glenn.
right,
Like just to be on point here.
just
Like,
you're just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
ownership, like
yeah,
meddling
yeah.
and like how bad toxic it could be. Yeah. All right, now we got the Panthers. They were our pretty much worst ranked team for the most part. I think for two of our rankings, they were number 32, 30 on our first one as our like consensus one. And it wasn't a surprise at the beginning of the year, seeing how bad Bryce Young was playing.
Yeah. But he did get better.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think they had a great year considering.
Oh,
It's so weird to think, but I totally agree.
well, Moose is like exactly like what you and I said at the beginning of the year in preseason.
Yeah.
Like as long this year is like you got the support for Bryce Young, as long as you can
Mhm.
prove that Bryce Young's the guy, you've had a good year.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think they've done that. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave Canales came through as like put out some good offensive play, and I think all they just need now is just and their O line actually I thought was underrated throughout the year.
Yeah.
Especially like creating huge holes for Chuba Hubbard and even in pass pro like they
I
held up real
mean,
nice.
Sanders, the tight end, I think was playing pretty decent by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely
Sanders
getting
too, yeah.
yeah, like you said, Bryce Young playing better. The offensive line has gotten better. They picked up a great wide receiver, I think, in the draft. It's only going to get better. I feel the most positive I've been about them in a while.
Yeah, they just need to do a lot of work on the defense this year, and I think they'll be pretty good. I wouldn't
Yeah, I
say
mean,
that they're going to be great, but they're going to
Did
be.
they keep their
I think
DC?
they take a step.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Did they keep their DC? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I think they did keep him. So if you surround him with talent, he'd be pretty. I was always high on Evero.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but he's had basically no talent except for Burns like the last 2 years, and obviously Derek Brown. But
yeah,
and JC Horn. I can't
Yeah,
say
I was
JC
just
Horn.
gonna say,
JC Horns has hurt most of it though. Like
I'm so
other than
happy to
this
see
year.
him come back. Like he had a decent year this year, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah, I think they have a bright 3 cornerstones on their defense that I think is gonna at least be something great to build upon. They've also like had a lot of injuries to the linebacking core too.
yeah.
I think they were on like the third string guy. They're just getting wrecked.
They pretty much need to rework the whole defense.
Yeah, I mean, at least like who you're keeping around. I mean, there's only like 2, but you invested enough in the offense to kind of know what to do with that. Maybe invest a little bit extra. I mean, I think it's thank God they signed extended Chuba Hubbard when they did.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Given Jonathan Brooks' re-injury to the ACL.
Yep.
Like they would have been cooked otherwise, I think.
Yeah, that's sad.
And good on Chuba, by the way.
Yeah.
That was like his best year so far, and I was never a Chuba
By
guy.
far.
Yeah, I wasn't either. But he played well.
I guess. I mean, the other thing on their offense, I guess they probably could use another weapon because Adam Thielen's only getting older.
Let's see. You had Xavier Legette, who was he was okay. I mean, I think he was going to be.
I said I would say he was okay.
Yeah, he wasn't like great, not bad, but
also
Jalen Coker, that UDFA. Have you guys seen?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, he's pretty good.
Who was it? Oh, Jalen Coker. Yeah.
I was very impressed with him. I think that's going to make them feel better after losing Adam Thielen. So, like you said, you get one more weapon in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, a young guy.
I mean, yeah, I don't think maybe in 2 years they could be a pretty good team because, like I said, I think they need to rework their entire defense.
Yeah,
except for
let's not jump too far. I mean, Bryce Young did get better, but
yeah,
there's still massive leaps that are needed.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like Definitely better than I think we expected, which is great. But
Not me.
I think the nice thing with Bryce Young is like I love the fact that he actually looked like he was having fun.
Yeah,
Like, if you
exactly.
guys like see his like body,
Yep.
like his body language at the beginning of the year, he's like stressing himself. It's like when you have like the job that you're just like trying to you're taking everything so seriously. Like this is your whole career. This is like someone's like, I don't know what kind of pressure he's putting on himself, but
Right.
once like Andy Dalton came in, I think showed him like, hey man, who cares? Let's just have fun. I'm just gonna sling it. I'm gonna make mistakes, but I'm also gonna have fun. I'm gonna make some plays and I'm gonna have fun doing it.
Yeah.
And then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna do the same. And he does. And played loose. He played, I think, didn't have tunnel vision anymore, and just seeing him have smile and swag like I saw on his tape in what was it, Alabama? Or was it
Yep.
Ohio State?
yeah, it was Alabama.
Alabama. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's the guy I saw throughout the year when I had him as like my number one QB that draft. So
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah, and they're fun to watch at the end of the year too. But
I mean,
especially with the overtime wins that they've had, and it was
took the Chiefs down to the wire. Should have beat them.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
refs
they'd
made some good
overtime
plays,
with yeah.
God damn it.
they had overtime games against Tampa Bay, Arizona, and Atlanta at the end, and the Giants, and they were keeping competition up. But
God makes me happy to see.
yeah, exactly.
Let's move on to the New Orleans Saints. That was a roller coaster of a start.
Yeah, definitely.
You're gonna be so good. I was like, what?
Yeah. It's funny to see. So, like, Bear, you obviously had him at 29 to start the season. We were at, I think, where they finished. They finished 24th. You had him 20, Moose had him 22. And then after that first, hey, you put him up at 17, Bear, as soon as that first 4 weeks came in. I don't want to hear it. Moose actually had him at 17 too.
I mean, they were 3-0.
We did say, if I recall correctly in that podcast, that we think they were going to be frauds. At least I know
Yeah.
you specifically said that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, I
that was
definitely
still a good
did.
call
but
on your end.
I also, just could see the obvious. It was just very janky.
It just doesn't help that, like, you had Chris Olave get hurt. Pretty much the whole offensive line get blown up, other than Trevor Penning.
I'm just gonna say this: it all went downhill once Rashid Shaheed got hurt.
And him too. Well,
Yeah.
kinda too.
He
Yeah,
was fun to watch, man.
yeah, he is. It's like Rashid Shaheed was like Derek Carr always has that, like, the one guy he has chemistry with, and he just like
Yeah.
always aims. It's like kind of like what Kirk Cousins did with Darnell Mooney this year. Just like the guy you can trust, and someone you can stretch the field. Like, I hope he doesn't lose a step based off that injury.
And then they signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and then he was doing the same. He was in that same role
Oh yeah, that's right.
where he would just stretch the field.
Mm-hmm. I think the offense looked much better when they got him in too.
Yeah.
Like, at least wasn't as limited.
They got that's another team. This team needs a lot of work to do.
They haven't even signed a coach yet.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anybody wants to touch this unless you're like a young guy who's going to try to take advantage of
Yeah, I think they're
getting a head coaching job.
Where are
Yeah, I
they
think
as far as cap this year?
Dude, they're boned.
Yeah, they're hugely boned. They like barely have any money.
They can't take out any credit cards right now.
Well, I
Yeah.
think at this point, like they finally going to have to give up. I think
Yeah.
they're going to have to like bite the bullet a year.
I thought that was last year.
Well, the writing was on the wall that they were going to try.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they signed Derek Carr. Now they saw, like, okay, even with Derek Carr, we're screwed. We had Spencer Rattler. He didn't really show enough to really kind of us wanting to give it another go around. But
back to the coaching thing, I think they're planning on interviewing Kellen Moore. But
yeah, well, they interviewed him on Monday already, right?
Oh, really?
Like, he had like I think. Yeah, they interviewed him on Monday after the championship game.
Oh.
But they're going to come in for a second interview after the Super Bowl, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm hearing like mixed reports. Like, he's concerned about not getting the job or about taking the job.
Okay.
with for obvious reasons. But it's also like I would take it like, bird in hand is worth two in the bush kind of thing, like
Yeah.
don't do what happened to Bobby Slowick. Like Bobby Slowick was denying head coaching stuff to take another year with the Texans, and now he's fired. Like, and Kellen Moore's had plenty of chances to show his stuff at different organizations. Like, I think he has to take it if he is given the opportunity.
Mhm.
If he doesn't, good for him. But because I think if he doesn't take it, I think they should just re-sign their interim head coach, Rizzo, the special teams coordinator.
Oh yeah.
Just have him, but like basically take a year for them to navigate the cap hell they're going to have, and then find someone else.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I don't know what you guys think.
I mean, that makes sense.
I just can't believe this is still the problem this long after. It drives me insane. Like I feel for that community.
You're saying you're surprised that someone in credit card debt still has credit card debt?
I just like they've been here so long. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and the writing of it's been on the wall for so long, and they haven't had like a breeze or anything like that. And it's like we're still here.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can look at the roster or how you can try to take all these aging players and try to squeeze blood out of a diamond. I guess it's not even a diamond at this point.
Yeah,
they're like a 25-year-old dog that just needs to be shot. It's like I know it's still alive, but what are we doing? like it's just depressing at this point that this is still the talk of the Saints. Like how many years has this been oh man, we're in cap hell. Oh, we're in cap hell. It's like, get out.
Get out.
Do something.
Me when poking him with a stick.
Yeah.
Do something.
Come on, move. Yeah, I don't understand what's taking so long for them to figure it out. Like, you can't spend more than you owe. Very
I
simple
don't know,
advice.
man. I think I can show you that I can do it 6 times in a row.
Well, I can buy this thing and then sell it on eBay for a few dollars. Like, it's like, what?
Yeah.
I'm just tired of this being the talk of the Saints. Like, they need to just figure it out.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this better be the year where they do it, because I don't think even Saints fans want to deal with it either anymore.
Yeah, I think it's going to take more than just next year to figure it out. But
yeah, because I think even if they get rid of a lot of their big contract veteran players, or they retire, like, you're still paying for them in like 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. They keep putting void years on people.
Are they going to keep Derek Carr? Didn't Derek Carr say he wanted to leave?
Like, I don't know what his value is.
Yeah, but I think Derek Carr said he wanted to not be on the team anymore.
But isn't his cap hit, if he like the dead cap just for letting him go, is going to be monstrous? I mean, at that point, if you're going to just rip the Band-Aid off, sure, do whatever you want. But
they should bring Jameis back.
Honestly, at this point, as much as like we rag on like Taysom Hill, holy moly, he was so good before he got hurt this year.
Yeah, I mean, but he's a good football player. Yeah,
not as a QP.
No, he just does everything. He's like a Swiss Army knife. Like,
no, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
He's also like 32.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
didn't
he get hurt a lot this year too?
Yeah, he's also 32.
Yeah, we gotta find someone else like him. Travis Hunter.
Oh yeah. Let's
put Travis Hunter in a tight end.
He can do anything.
Yeah, I don't think the whole wide receiver thing in the NFL is gonna work for him. I just wasn't. I don't
Once
know.
we get to the tape, we'll know.
It's too soon.
All right, enough about the Saints and their cap hell.
Yeah,
let's move on to the Bears. Some excitement. I'm honestly glad we're talking about this right now, rather than like 4 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, because so much more hope with signing like Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen. Like, I think that Dennis Allen also is an underrated signing by them.
Yeah, huge.
Like, he can't be. He's definitely not a good head coach, but I think he can call the hell out of a defense.
Yeah.
And they have good defense.
Another team I just want to be good just for the fans.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how much can they suffer?
At least they got the 1 year to live off of, but that was like it's like getting one piece of candy like 30 years ago. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And now you're just eating like fucking spinach the rest of your life.
More like they got that one piece of candy and then they had diabetes.
Yeah, that's actually probably better. That's way better.
It's like, oh, how's that piece of candy going?
And they can't afford insulin.
Now it's depressing.
Damn, man, this just got dark.
They can't afford insulin.
I don't understand. In Canada, it's not that expensive.
But I don't know. I think like with how we were having them earlier in the year, like I think we were all pretty close. I mean, they ended up at 23. We were all all of us were higher on them than that because I mean their defense, all the offensive pieces they brought in, you know, their offensive line was looking better as time went on with Darnell Wright coming into his own, and them and their investments, new QB, like it's a lot of positivity. They were like the offseason champs last year, but
yeah, I think that their biggest downfall was their coaching.
yeah,
which they fixed. So, well, or hopefully fix, I should say. Knock on wood.
Yeah, you better do that, please.
Because they have a lot of talent on the team now. Depending on who's going to be there next year, but
yeah hopefully. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, the defense, you know, I still think is pretty good. Obviously, you know, the keys have got to be working on the offensive line and working on their number one draft pick. I mean,
yeah, they really need an offensive line in there.
Yeah, and Caleb needs to learn to throw the ball.
Oh yeah, definitely. Not putting anything away from him. He definitely has a lot of shit to learn. It's just the terrible O line did not help him at all.
Yeah, no. I mean, Tua's got a pretty bad O line. Like,
yeah, but
for the most
that's
part.
A completely different type of QB, though.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like a totally different system too.
I know. All I'm saying is, well, their system wasn't helping them either. Like they were doing either long developing routes or screens. Like, made no sense. I mean, they fired their OC like in the very beginning of the season, like after 5 games.
Yeah.
And then the guy that they brought up to be OC, I think, was the passing game coordinator. And they actually had some, you know, decent success during that time frame. Caleb was starting to look good in rhythm, finally getting a system that I think translated well for him. And then obviously Eberflus like fucked up like 3 big games with his end of game decision making. Fired him.
He taught him how to slide. That's all he had to do.
Yep. And he definitely does that. He would rather take sacks than interceptions, which I mean is great, but still. I mean, not great.
He needs to take it one step farther. Yeah, it is better.
Yeah, I mean, it's like then you had after Eberflus got fired, you brought the same guy up that you just already promoted to OC. Now you make him the head coach for the time being. Everything goes to shit again. It's like, what do you expect was going to happen? Like the coaching was going to be the problem from then on.
Yeah, and you know, hopefully, like you said, hopefully they can turn things around. History tells us, you know, that's not very likely, but you know, we gotta hope for the best, I guess.
I wonder, do you guys think Ben Johnson will like Caleb, given how used to he was with like how in rhythm usually Jared Goff was?
I think he has a lot of work to do.
I don't think he has much of a choice.
I mean,
yeah,
that's not like. Do you think he'll like him though? Like, given.
I think so.
Given all that, you don't think so? Got 2 different answers.
I think they'll get along. I think Caleb understands that, you know, they got to win, but I don't know. I heard that Caleb was excited that they were getting him, which I don't. Yeah, I could see why. It's just
he comes in the meeting room the first time and he sees him putting nail polish on. Like, what did I sign up for?
Oh, he knew. Everyone knows about that.
Yeah, that's the worst take ever.
He signed up for that. He said makes the balls throw farther.
Oh God.
And it does.
It's like his press guy was like, "Yeah, you can hear the whistle on that thing."
Oh God. Oh no.
But
I think they'll get along fine, as long as Caleb is coachable, which I think he will be.
yeah, I mean, unless like and hopefully less distractions over the off season because how
Yeah, I mean, first
Hard
pick
Knocks can be
overall.
distracting
Yeah.
too.
There's
I
a lot of
honestly
hype
think
for this team.
I honestly think there should be a Hard Knocks rule where you can't be with a rookie quarterback. Like, I just think it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm
Like, it's
kind of
hard
inclined
enough.
to agree.
I just feel like you're setting them up for failure.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
so you're trying to
And-
learn the system. You're getting distracted by all these cameras everywhere.
And
Yeah,
just like
and-
think about it. Like by the end of your sorry to cut you off, but I just want to finish this point. You finish off the college season and you go right into draft preparation. You know what I mean? You talk to all the teams and go to the combine, like getting ready for the combine, and then you get in the room and you got to learn the offense quick. And you really don't have time to rest. So that's already tough enough with any rookie, let alone a quarterback. And then you have to have hard knocks on top of it. Like, I just feel like there's got to be a rule in place. I think it's wrong.
I think you'd
Well-
make a pretty valid point.
Yeah, but the team has to agree on the hard knocks as well. So that is a huge thing on
Well,
the Bears ownership
team couldn't-
decision making.
Yeah, they're not known for that either, are they?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
obviously
That's my
they're-
point. That's my point. The Bears shouldn't have accepted the hard knocks coming in there with the rookie QB with that much star power.
It's just
and-
unfair.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what you could probably expect from next year is I think you're gonna see, a slow start from them as the offense and defense both get up to speed, and then I think probably about halfway through the year you're gonna be pretty excited about this team.
I hope so. Again, it also depends on who they bring back from this team, talent wise, at least.
They still have Keenan for another year. Or is he free agency?
I thought he was a
Great.
free agent.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to bring him back, to be honest. If I'm team building,
Yeah, agreed. 32 years old.
yeah,
and, was already injury prone.
Veteran guy. Yeah, I mean it's not really.
get Romadunze more reps.
And I think
And
he got
DJ
better
Moore.
as the year went on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Has there been news about DJ Moore wanting to come back? Because I know they had a lot of contention.
Oh, he was fired up about the hiring.
Okay, cool. Good.
Yeah,
This just in.
So, I think he wants to be like that AJ or Amon Ra role. I think is what
Yeah.
he's excited about.
Good.
I don't think he's as crisp as a route runner as Amon Ra, but I think he's better after the catch than he is.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it'll be exciting it'll be exciting. Just like last year.
I have more faith this year than last year.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
But all right, let's go on to a disappointing team, the 49ers.
Good.
Yeah.
I hope they still suck next year.
You and me both, brother.
I
mean,
different
I'm
reasons, but yeah.
I'm not against them being bad either. Sorry to the Niners fans on here.
Except not really, because you suck.
Are they going to rebuild if they can't get something done with Purdy?
They'll get something done with Purdy.
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't, I guess they're going to have to, right? What else I mean, unless you want to bring Sam Darnold back because he was in their system last year.
I heavily doubt it.
But I would rather have Purdy than Darnold, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess.
Just because I think Purdy utilizes that system better than most QBs have. It's a low bar. I mean, other than Jimmy Garoppolo, who's done a good job.
I mean, I thought Nick Mullins looked pretty good in that system at one point.
Well, that's the cool thing about the system is that it is generally QB proof, but that's the thing with Purdy is that he can actually improvise when the scheme doesn't work, whereas Jimmy makes mistakes when it doesn't, and so did Nick Mullins.
Yeah,
and obviously Sam Darnold's proved that that's going to happen too, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So Purdy's just creative. He just doesn't have the high end arm and talent that most other QBs would have in his position.
This is another team that's going to be in cap hell, right?
I think so. I think it's gonna be close. I know they have a lot of signings, but they I think a lot of the signings though that they had weren't crazy. Other than all the D linemen they were recycling over and over and over again the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't really pay much for their secondary anymore, other than Ward, Tarvarius Ward.
Yeah, but I don't think he's like making.
But he's not coming back. He's in free
really?
now.
Yep, yeah, he's in free agency.
And he doesn't want to come back just because of the thing that happened with his daughter. So
Wait, what?
Oh, right.
Then it's like his kid died during the off season.
Oh,
right before the season started, I
yeah,
think.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
That's so terrible.
Their whole team was like cursed this year. Like I'm talking like
They were.
on a personal level too.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
a lot of their players were. I mean, you had Ricky Pearsall, obviously, and then
Yeah.
somebody else. I forget who the other person was. This is a cursed year overall.
Mhm.
And personally, I'm going to try to trade Debo. To be fair, to be honest,
I think that's going to happen.
Yeah,
he's not
I think they're
that
going to make a lot of moves.
Well, they like to do that type of stuff, so maybe they'll be really happy.
They're
with
definitely going to need to retool for sure.
Yeah.
Like I think with Ward, I liked their secondary. I think it was serviceable, but
Mhm.
without him, I think it's actually kind of shit. Renata Green played pretty well though when he was on the field. So if he keeps improving, maybe that's not as big of an issue. I mean, but they have to replace Hufanga, which I guess technically they already kind of did because he's been hurt all the time.
And as much as I don't want to admit it, Jair Brown did not play the greatest.
No. And who knows how long Fred Warner's going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean I think he's still like their best defensive player.
Oh, I 100%. Well, Nick Bosa, I still think. Nah,
Yeah,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I think it's Fred Warner.
I think Nick Bosa is probably the most. I think he's the one you want to build around, though.
Yeah, I just hate him.
As much as I don't like him, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Talent-wise, like
I'm glad we can agree on this.
if I'm taking personal thoughts out of it, like I think he is their best player when it comes to impact.
Yeah, I guess.
But Warner's the captain, so I think he's going to be maybe if you're talking about impact, like overall, maybe Warner's better, just because I think he's the glue for everything. They're going to have to retool this year regardless.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about their like weapons though.
And yeah, what about Trent Williams too?
Is he?
They paid him, I thought. Didn't they give him an extension?
I think they
That's why I'm
did.
asking.
I know they had. I know he's around for like
36.
another year or two at least. I think he's a year or two at least, but he'll probably retire. That's really soon. I mean, I would want to. If I was them, I would definitely go get a tackle to learn behind him, at least as an insurance policy.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and shout out to Dominic Pooney, by the way.
Oh, great rookie season.
Oh my god,
I loved him coming out.
Me too. We were geeking out about him.
Yeah, I mean, and I liked him as a guard, not a tackle.
Yeah, exactly. We both.
He definitely turned out pretty good. See that, kids? Even the clock's right twice. Dead clock's right twice a day.
That's for sure.
And I will cheer for those two moments.
And say I'm always right. At least I mean, I'm not saying you do.
I don't like the bad luck that goes with that.
All right, let's move on. Anything else on the 49ers?
I don't think so.
Not really.
Right. We can bring up one more thing. How the Otter put in 4, 3, and 4 the first 3.
I was trying to quickly get past that. I was stubborn, man. I was stubborn. I thought
I gotcha.
I thought there was gonna be a turnaround because I thought they were so cursed. I was like, they would definitely turn around at some point, and it just never did.
Definitely torched me on that too.
On what?
Because I didn't give the Niners good grading.
Yeah, and then you went right around. Then you went right to 12.
Yeah, exactly. In week 4 we did.
But you yelled at me.
Yeah, in week 4. Because you put.
I think it was mostly me and you just arguing about it more than anything. But Moose was like, I mean, I'm gonna go with 3 more than 20, but Yeah, that wasn't my. That was probably my worst take this year overall.
It's still better than like 50% of people who actually get paid to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably, yeah. How about we move on to the Cowboys?
Yuck.
Thank God Jerry's still around.
Yeah, exactly. Hope he lives
Thank you,
forever.
Jerry.
I hope he lives forever. I found the fountain of youth, son.
I mean, if
All
somebody
Eagles
was going
fans
to
would
find
cheer.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Did you remember that video of the
Yeah.
Eagles fan congratulating or thanking him? You're
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
a great job, Jerry.
Dude, that video had me dying. I'm like, all the money in the world, and you're still getting trolled by Eagles fans.
I don't like how they kind of dicked over McCarthy.
I
At the end.
mean, I feel like he was 2 years too late, to be honest.
Yeah, but he was basically lost out on like head coaching things, and people would have been interested in him. I think, especially like the Saints and the Raiders.
Yeah. Now he's waiting till next year to interview and shit.
Like Jerry like literally forced him to wait like a week or two, and said you could like in order to I guess try to negotiate more, like increase the timing, but.
Well, and something tells me the reason that they promoted their offensive coordinator to head coach is because there probably wasn't a lot of interest in the role.
But I don't know why you wouldn't try to at least see what's out there. Like they kind of did that really quickly.
Once again, they waited 2 years too late to get rid of McCarthy. Don't be surprised that they do it again.
They're 2 years too late, but they also like waited too long for. Like if it's 2 years too late, you would think you would have a plan. You know what I mean?
With some of these bad organizations, nothing surprises me.
As a team, though, like I don't think this team is as bad as they are if Dak didn't get hurt midway through the season.
Oh no.
Yeah, definitely.
When are they picking out 11, I think.
Yeah.
11 or 12.
Yeah. But going forward, I mean, what do they have?
I got CD and Dak. Hopefully they would pay Parsons.
Do they have the money to?
I think they do.
Maybe there'll be like some kind of off-season research we can do to see what all the cap situations are during free agency. But
yeah, I don't know. I think that coaching hire was awful.
Yeah,
hiring the OC that didn't even call plays as your head coach, and then it just makes no sense, especially with a struggling offense.
Once again, I think it has something to do with interest in the team or interest, in people being coaches there. Like, I think that played a bigger factor in it than we know, but we'll never know that. You know what I mean? It's like,
right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Brian Schottenhauer used to be the OC for the Seahawks in like 2018, 2019 as well.
Is that a good year?
Mm.
Well, that means Russell Wilson's best year. I think that was the let Russ cook year. But he also had like one of the best running run games as like a yards per carry kind of thing for 2 out of those years. I think it was like top 5 each year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's not terrible, but that's like, again, you're an OC, not a head coach. Like,
right.
Now there was Brian Schottenheimer. There was the other Schottenheimer guy, his dad, I think, who's pretty famous, who's been known for being a good coach, but failing in the playoffs. So maybe it's a match made in heaven.
Bernie Schott.
I guess they're just going to come back with the same team pretty much, right, next year, other than like rookies.
Like, I don't know how much they can afford to spend in free agency.
I mean, they never do spend money in free agency.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
I mean, they're probably going to re-sign Parsons if they can. They love their guys, no matter what.
I'm sure they will. That'd be crazy.
They'll probably even bring Dak back again.
I mean, one positive I think I did like was bringing Matt Eberflus as the DC.
Yeah,
not like defensive guy. Like his Bears defenses were always great when he was at least coaching. Well, at least they got better every year within the system. At least Same with the Colts. Like the Colts were punching above their weight a lot of these years.
Yeah, that I don't hate.
So I think they're going to at least be competitive that way. And if they sign him with Parsons, we'll see how that goes. I think he works better with good secondaries, though. I don't know how him having a pass rush where he's like with the previous DCs, they were more creative with the pass rush. I felt like
Mhm.
I don't know how I never thought he was particularly creative with his pass rushes, other than just blitzing sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
Well, as long as the secondary comes back healthy, I think, he should be able to utilize this defense. It's not the worst in the world, but I just think there's a lot of holes.
And he's used to defenses with bad run game defense, so he should feel right at home.
If I was a Cowboys, I wouldn't be too excited for next year.
I wouldn't be either.
That's fair.
I mean, I'm sure they'll be competitive with Dak Prescott back and all, and CeeDee Lamb, obviously. It's just, I don't know.
They still need more weapons.
Yeah. Yeah. Because their weapons when CeeDee Lamb went out is brutal.
Yeah, it was awful. All right. How about we move on to the Dolphins then, if everyone's ready?
Boy, here we go.
There's another fun one.
What do we get for Tyreek?
Not a first.
Definitely not.
He A-B'd himself.
Kind of did, yeah.
I thought it was so funny when he changed his thing on X. I was like, oh no.
What did he change it to? I didn't hear about this.
To the Antonio Brown picture when he
Oh yeah.
He put his face over AB. I was like, that's the most wild shit I've ever seen.
Other than AB actually doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's almost worse to do it that way.
Definitely not, but
yeah, I don't even know if they're gonna trade him, to be honest.
They'll just release him, you think?
No, I think they're gonna keep him. I don't know how their offense.
I don't think he's gonna let them.
I mean, from what I've heard, that they've talked, him and McDaniels, right? I think they've talked already, and he says that they're gonna at least try to work things out. And he took that stuff off and apologized or whatever on social media.
Oh, I didn't even know he did that.
I don't know if he apologized. As apologetic as Tyreek can get, I guess. He's just like,
another kid.
Wow, that's natural as breathing to him.
Yeah, another team that I think has a lot of work to do as well in the offseason.
Yeah, pretty bad offensive line.
Though their ranking wouldn't have been as bad if Tua was healthy all season.
Very true, very true.
But he'd be healthy if they had a decent offensive line.
No, part of it was on Tua just making bad decisions. But
it
was mostly on Tua, I think, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The only reason Tua makes it work
is head first
into the ball out.
Tua dove head first in the guy's fucking head.
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with that, but the reason Tua does such a good job with that offense is because he can get the ball out quick. Because the offensive line just does not hold their own.
True.
I mean,
I will say if Tyreek loses a step, and I mean,
which he probably will.
I'd be if I was a betting man, I'd say, and you put a gun in my head, I would probably say he would.
Yeah.
And Jalen Waddle, I mean, he didn't really do them much favors this year either. I was kind of surprised by that.
Wasn't he hurt as well?
Is that what it was? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he was hurt for a while.
If he gets healthy, then maybe it's not as bad as I thought.
I might be wrong about this, but I thought it was like a high ankle sprain or something.
Ooh, doesn't that linger like all season?
Yeah.
I might be completely wrong, but I thought it was definitely something in the legs that's something that lingers on.
Well, if he comes back healthy, then he can't get the ball out quickly if he doesn't have the speed at the receiver position. And you got both of that with Tyreek and Waddle, which
they still have A-Chain,
and A-Chan, but he could tell, like, you can't funnel everything through A-Chan with based on how Tua was doing this year. A-Chan was just getting the ball like every third play, and A-Chan I don't think is built for that either. As much as I love him,
no, he's a specialty.
I guess Waddle actually wasn't. Well, he played most games. He played 15 games
with a lingering injury, or just.
I'm sure. Yeah, I think he was, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard on other podcasts that he was injured.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I just gonna have to do O-line and I think keep building up that defense. It's so crazy because they always get hurt. like their defense.
Yep.
Like even if they get more
Offense,
depth, like,
defense,
that's probably
offensive
just gonna have to
line.
be just keep getting depth for your team at this point because I like their starters. Like most of their starters, I like.
Yeah, and I think they play the game uniquely compared to other programs. Like, and I think that's an added benefit.
So,
Yeah, Chop Robinson was
oh yeah,
good this year.
him and Sealer.
Yep.
Those were both really good ads that I think would have been made. Their defense would have been so much like they were actually like a pretty good defense this year.
Yeah, they were.
Overall. Like it was surprising that like when they faced a real team, they kind of got wrecked. But they were like their defense was good enough to like hold against most good offenses.
Man, that was depressing the way you said that. When they played against a real team, they got wrecked. But you know, they got wrecked.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. They got wrecked.
Yeah, they weren't that good. They were hurt. Like you can't blame them. They can't win everything with a bunch of backups and rookies and maybe like one star here or there.
They played against a real team. They got bullied.
Got pantsed on live television.
Did Storm Duck end up starting at the end of the season?
Yeah, he played, yeah, definitely.
God.
Oh wow. Good for Storm.
Storm Duck. Mr. Duck.
Grade A name.
Definitely.
If they have another mediocre year next year, do you think they fire their coach?
I think so.
Oh man. They love McDaniels.
Do they or just does everyone else?
I think everyone else.
I feel like he would be hired immediately by another organization. You know what wouldn't shock me now that I think about this? He might be the coach we see get traded. You know what I mean? Like, I could totally see him getting traded.
Like this year? Like this offseason?
No, like if things don't work out after this year. Like, it would not shock me to actually see him get traded.
I never understood that whole thing.
Yeah, maybe.
With trading coaches.
I mean, personally, I don't understand it much either, but it's definitely something that, happens from time to time.
Generally special occasions, though. Like, the last one we saw was like, Sean Payton?
Yeah.
But only because he retired and they already had a coach for the Saints and he was on contract when he came back out of retirement. So there was really no choice in the matter.
Yeah.
Most teams are just like to release their coaches just so they can, or no one's going to trade for them if you need a coach either, just because the competition is usually there's like only like you have to beat out like 5 teams for a coach.
Yeah,
generally. So
yeah, exactly.
Unless you know the guy's going to be good, which there's going to be doubts if he has another mediocre year if he's actually good or not.
I mean, I still think he does a decent job with what he's got.
I think he's a very creative play caller.
Yeah. But I think a lot of it has to do with exactly like Bear said, is like with what he got.
True. It's fair.
Like their whole offensive scheme is based off a quick release from Tua because their O-line is so fucking bad.
Yeah. But if your O-line is like if it's so dependent on Tua, like really good head coaches can pivot away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And figure like they would either go to a running game and try to take the pressure off of the O-line that way.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem like he did that. But his quarterbacks were so bad though.
I mean,
Scott probably wouldn't have met. Yeah. Even though I never thought Tyler Huntley would have been that bad either, but
yeah, he looked really bad. He was surprisingly
bad.
But
once again, he was bad because there was no blocking for him?
What I'm saying is that usually a good coach will compensate for the weaknesses of the team.
Yeah. The McDaniels just did the same exact game plan, pretty much, just with Tyler Huntley instead of Tua.
Yeah.
And he utilized Achane way too much, and everyone knew it was coming every time. Mm-hmm. Raheem Mostert wasn't playing. I don't even know why they didn't use Jalen Wright more. They drafted him.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised in that as well. I know he did have some injuries. Towards the end of the year, because he was getting in for a little bit, but then like I said, he started showing up on the injury list, and then they weren't using him as much. So I think that had something to do with it. I feel like we're not going to know anything until we really get through free agency.
True.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's really tough to judge them right now.
I think a healthy Dolphins team has a lot to look forward to. It's just they never are, and they're not perfect either though. Like there's still holes they have to work through. Like you said with the offensive line, can always get better at that.
And I mean, the elephant in the room, how many more injuries can Tua take?
True.
Did I think he was going to retire this year? No, I didn't think that. But like, how many more times are we going to see this? You know what I mean? The human body can only take so much.
You can say the same thing with Chris Olave. Like he's gotten I think he got the same amount of concussions as Tua did, in the position that's also going to hit hard.
Yeah,
and this last concussion was really bad too with Olave.
Yeah,
so that's terrible.
So yeah, obviously a disappointing season, but what else were you supposed to do when you had your tailor-made system with for this quarterback that went down?
Yeah, exactly.
And then all the other pieces that would have helped mitigate that also get hurt. So. All right, let's talk about the Colts.
Man, this is getting depressing.
What's depressing about the Colts?
I mean, it's going to be the ride or die year for Anthony Richardson. Like, I think this is. The X is coming down. Yeah. I wonder if they re-sign Flacco.
I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, he's not taking him anywhere, I don't think. Like, if he did in free agency, I think we would call it a solid move. But I don't know what you would think.
I mean, I think you kind of have to. He's been such a liability. I mean, Anthony Richardson has been such a liability.
Yeah, he's been disappointing.
Which is very sad.
Yeah, but I mean, we knew the risk. Like I'm not gonna blame them for going for it because a lot of teams take this risk and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But at least they're trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're trying to go for a Josh Allen, and unfortunately, like he wasn't as durable as Josh Allen was, and didn't get the chance to make all the reps.
Sometimes you get a Josh Allen, sometimes you get a Mitchell Trubisky. You know what I mean?
Or Trey Lance.
Yeah, or Kenny Pickett.
I don't think those go along with his play style. But,
they should have used Kenny Pickett that way. I think it would have worked out very well.
I think that's called murder.
I think he would be better at that than quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, do they get another weapon for Anthony Richardson?
Do they need one?
Yeah,
they got Alec Pierce, Adonai Mitchell, and they signed Michael Pittman, and they have Josh Downs.
And what's his face? The running back, Jordan Taylor.
Yeah, I think they're fine.
Yeah,
weapon wise.
How many more weapons do you need?
I mean, is Alec Pierce really a weapon? I know he had some.
He is for them.
I know he had some flashy plays, but
I would still say.
I mean, if he's your fourth guy, I think he's a weapon. Ideally, you want either AD Mitchell or Michael Pittman to be your.
I forgot about AD Mitchell.
Oh yeah, they got him too.
He was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, so no more weapons. Let's focus on the defense.
Yeah, get some defense in there, and I think it's really mostly they need, because they fired their defensive coach, like for good reason after that collapse against the Giants.
And I mean, they do have some good pieces, but like they need more. They definitely need more.
They've been playing around with that secondary for years, and it still hasn't gotten better.
They've been swinging for the fences there, I think, too, with later round corners, trying to make it work.
Not even like high floor late round corners, like pure just athlete ceiling types.
Yeah, they've been going for size more than actual play.
Mm-hmm.
Like Juju Brents they took because of the size. I mean,
yeah, that was nice back in early 2010s.
Yeah,
kind of using this style, but nowadays everyone's so fast and like you have to have good technique at this point.
You also got to be pretty versatile, and it seems like they play just a one style game. They don't look like they adjust all that easy.
Yeah, but I think it depends on what the new DC is going to do at this point.
Yeah,
Like, do you guys believe in their head coach or not? Like, what's your opinion on it? I'm kind of in a mixed bag here.
I'm not crazy about it.
Is it the offense or is it just him as a coach in general?
I just feel like they're a very inconsistent team all around.
I think with Steichen, I think the coaching is getting in the way of his offense, if that makes sense.
Like he, instead of focusing on the offense.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I know he can come up with a good offense, but he puts Anthony Richardson in some really bad spots.
Yeah. And all the good, but it doesn't help when there is good spots. Anthony Richardson can't hit them though either.
Very true.
The reason I like the Steichen and Anthony Richardson thing is again, obviously there's Jalen Hurts. Like he's like supercharged rookie Jalen Hurts. Like I'm not saying current Jalen Hurts for obvious reasons, definitely way more developed, but rookie Jalen Hurts was, I think, very similar.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if he was part of that development, if he's good at that, or like I thought he would have at least developed him further pretty quickly. Even if he was hurt, I guess he just needs reps. The more reps he's going to get, like he's just so raw that he needs to get more reps in.
Yeah, I mean, they need to do this year what the Titans did.
We'll go Moose first.
Oh, my bad. I said it definitely doesn't. All I said was that it doesn't help that Anthony Richardson was hurt so much as he was.
Right.
The whole taking himself out of a play because he was tired thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Still doesn't sit right with me either. So it's like I was going to say, I just feel like they need to do what the Titans did this year. They need to just go full forward with him as much as possible and make a decision.
What's the opposite of like having a dog in you?
Chihuahua, maybe.
Like a squishmallow? I don't know. If you don't got that dog in you, like if you're not taking yourself out.
What was that word you used?
Squishmallow.
It's like
those. You use it in a sentence.
It's like those. It's like those plushy doll things.
Of course, you know what that is.
What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, exactly what I said. I don't remember stuttering.
My sister loves them.
Here we go. I'm gonna ask his sister, and she'll be like, "I don't even know what that is."
Honestly, I think it's more weird that you didn't know what that was. To be honest.
Yeah, exactly. That's huge.
Next time we go over to your house,
and you have a daughter,
you'll be like, "Oh shit!"
Exactly.
Throw them all in the closet.
Yeah, Bear. I actually agree with you. I think you're gonna have to give it one more year with Richardson and pull the plug if it doesn't work.
Yep.
And I don't, I don't blame them for drafting him. Sometimes you got to take these type of risks to get ahead. And I think they did what they had to do. I really don't think this is a situation to look down on them.
Yeah, I mean, the spot they drafted him was either him or Will Levis if you wanted a quarterback. So.
And they made the better choice.
I still would rather take my chance on Richardson. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least Richardson still has a chance.
And he had way more upside.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, 1,000%.
So like I said, not looking.
And he doesn't put mayo in his coffee.
That is true. That makes him already. There's really not much to talk about other than that. Those aspects.
Yeah, it all depends on how Anthony Richardson develops next year.
Yep. Now, the Falcons.
I'm excited.
Bear, how about you start with this one?
Did you say Bear?
Yeah.
Oh. I think they could be on an up here next year, honestly. I mean, I think we saw a pretty good quarterback play from their rookie quarterback. I mean, I felt like there was a massive jump when they benched Cousins.
Which is crazy to hit.
I still can't believe it, honestly. I thought of them as Super Bowl contenders, especially after how well we saw Cousins play with the Vikings, and I thought, wow, with the weapons they have and upgrades on defense, I thought they were going to have a good year.
Definitely better than what they showed.
I mean, especially like the way they played against the Chiefs early in the year. I thought they played tough against the Steelers and some of the other teams. I mean, they almost beat the Eagles, I think, too.
They did beat the Eagles.
Oh, they did beat the Eagles. Yeah, early in the year. So, like, I really had faith in them, and I liked a lot of the additions they were making. And I think with one a full season with their quarterback. Why can't I think of his name, man? It's bugging me.
Oh, Penix.
Penix.
Yeah,
Penix. I think they're in a good situation.
Yeah, I think anybody who shat on them for that pick, like, looks real
You
stupid
mean
right
the
now.
entire world?
I mean, I mean,
Oh, dude, no.
it was surprising.
No.
Dude, we weren't
No.
shitting on it. We weren't shitting on the pick. You weren't even shitting on the pick.
I mean, I'm not shitting on the pick because I love the
Yeah,
player.
yeah, we
But-
love the player. What are you talking about? I think we were the only ones who weren't like shitting on it. We were just surprised.
Yeah, I was shitting on the decision to sign Kirk Cousins for that much and then draft a QB that early.
I mean,
You either do one or
think
the
I
other.
was too. Yeah.
Yeah, you either do
Not
one or
the
the other.
player.
I understood the logic just because he just came off an ACL injury and you want to have someone behind him. Now sign him for that long of a contract, sure.
And that much money.
Yeah.
Fully
like,
guaranteed.
All right, yeah, yours sounds pretty bad, but I don't know.
Sounds very bad. Actually.
But when you have a like the balls that it took for them to do this, and then like especially like they took an opportunity of a QB class the way that it lined up.
Yeah,
And
it worked out for
They just
him.
took it.
I mean,
Yeah.
he would probably be the first pick in this draft. I think I can say that with full confidence.
Now let's like not go crazy because I mean you only have
Yeah,
like 3 games.
I was
right?
just
Or
about to
4
say it.
games.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be Super Bowl contenders or even as big contenders as they were at the beginning of this year. But I mean,
yeah, and he could honestly he could be complete shit like next year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
like he only had 3 years under his belt.
Isn't
But he like given the situation he had to come in though, like is pretty promising.
Yeah,
because the team was still in the playoff hunt. Like they were a game away. Like they were with what were they playing the Commanders for?
No, they played the Panthers.
Oh, that's right. Well, there was like the week before. What was who team were they playing? Oh, it was the Buccaneers too. The week before, or the week of.
Yeah, well, they to make the playoffs, they needed the Buccaneers to lose and them to beat the Panthers.
That's right.
Neither one happened.
Is Kyle Pitts up at the end of this year?
He was the same year as Jamar Chase and Penny Sewell.
Yeah, he is 2021.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it might be a decent tight end class, so I don't think they'll lose much. And honestly, even if they keep him, I don't think they're gonna have to pay him that much. Like they could probably use another wide receiver.
I don't think Kyle Pitts would want to come back either. But
I think he doesn't end up with my team.
He probably will.
No, I really don't want him. But I think their roster building was really good. Like bringing in Justin Simmons, I think helped the team out. They brought in Judon, which I think just were good pickups.
I think the process was good. I think just the results were. I think the Simmons one's like a wash, but the Judon one actually didn't really work out for them at all. Just their pass rush was abysmal, even with him there.
But also, it was a first-year coach, so there's definitely room for them to jump. I mean, I like I said, do I see them right now as Super Bowl contenders? No, but I did think I thought if Cousins could bounce back, that he would be there. But I can't say that I think Penix is going to be on that level next year.
Kirk Cousins had so many gave everyone so many hopes and dreams off his 2 Buccaneers games.
Yeah, well, was it the first one? He passed for like 500 some fucking yards.
Yeah,
it's insane.
30 some points. I mean, he was almost as good as in the next one too. Like, yeah. I was like, this makes no sense. How are you terrible against everyone else? Like the Eagles one was like obviously a nice vet. Like as a veteran, Kirk Cousins coming to play. Mm-hmm. Still shouldn't have won that game. What he did, like
and a Saquon Barkley drop, but
got to make the plays.
Yep.
And they're definitely going to release him, right? Like they're not keeping him on the roster.
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to go to one of those teams that we had talked about, I guess. Kirk Cousins as a starting QB.
I'm curious to see where that will end up.
Maybe he goes to the Giants.
I mean,
I wouldn't leave it out
for fully guaranteed money.
Yeah.
It's the only contracts he takes. Fully guaranteed or I'll walk.
He's the best agent in the game.
He sure does.
They just like pick up the Daniel Jones contract off the ground. They're like, oh, just dust it off. They're like, we got this over here.
Just turn this to say, it doesn't even say, it says like partially guaranteed. He's like, they cross it out, fully guaranteed.
There you go.
How's that for you, buddy?
How do you feel about playing safety?
There you go. They have pretty much a lot of foundation to be still good. So
Yeah, they need to
I'm
put
excited for
some
next
defense.
year. Yeah, it's just pass rush. I think their biggest thing is pass
Yeah.
rush.
Which once again,
year.
I think this is going to be a good class to draft in that. So I mean,
I just don't think the turnaround is going to be like immediate. If they
No.
do, hopefully
They
they
look-
pick someone up in free agency as well.
Yeah, they have a bright future, just not for next year.
Yeah, they'll be competitive, just not
Yeah,
scary. Yeah,
I mean, look at their division. I mean, yeah, the Bucks are good, but like they still have the Panthers and the Saints. So like the division's not that strong. So
I
they
could see
do
him
have
in
that on
par
their
with the
side.
Panthers next year. I could see him on par with the Panthers next year.
I think they'll probably still be better, but I mean, we can, I can see either way, to be honest. But I don't think the Panthers will be better than them.
All right. How about we go on to the Cardinals?
I don't know what to think about them.
I'll give them a lot of credit. I mean, we were all pretty the same on what they were at the beginning of the year, and they definitely overperformed, especially in the first half. But I just don't think Kyler Murray's it.
Really?
I don't think so either, actually.
I think he's fine. Like as a QB, he's fine. I just think
He's just not a world beater.
yeah. Like I feel like the offense I feel like gets limited when he stays in the pocket. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not consistent. I mean,
right.
It's, like he'll have one game where it's like, wow, he's a franchise guy, and then next game you're like, ooh, I don't know.
Like when I watch some of his tape, like he can wow you with his improv and his scrambling ability, and hell, even his arm talent's pretty good. It's just you can tell when he just can't see the field that well, and his decision making is so, like you said, Bear, like wishy-washy from game to game. Sometimes even drive to drive in some of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not just trying to go on like a hate session about him, but would it be crazy to think he might like change sports?
Yes.
Or like maybe this is not his like full love, like
he was like saying baseball.
Yeah.
Baseball.
I mean, he was a good baseball player.
Way. Yeah, there's no way.
I don't know.
It just doesn't seem like he loves the game. Like when I watch him, I just don't see it. He just doesn't seem like somebody who loves playing football.
I think he does. I think he's just because he got drafted for baseball before and he chose football over it, even though he was guaranteed like a good contract and all that with baseball. I think it's just his decision making and stuff that is the problem. Because I think he has the skills for it. It's just he makes stupid decisions.
I agree. I mean, he does have the skills for it. Like that's not really a discussion for me. It just doesn't. He just doesn't seem like he's in love with the game for me. Like he just doesn't look like he's having fun ever.
Yeah, he's on the Cardinals, so
maybe it's more like he kind of like maybe he's like one of those guys that like takes things. Everything was kind of easy for him.
Yeah.
Throughout his career, and then you have that habit of just no true hard work. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna question his work ethic. I guess that's what I'm applying.
It's been questioned quite a bit in his
True.
career.
True.
And that's where not to hit the low hanging fruit, but this is where I'm kind of going with it at this point. It's been noted quite a bit.
But you can have a talented guy like Jadeveon Clowney is also his guy. He's like hasn't really worked on any of his technique, but was athletic enough that he didn't really have to worry.
And now he just gets traded every other year.
Right. And he's still a good player. He's just not a great player. Like not what you dreamed he could be. And it's kind of the same with Kyler. Like that's the parallels I'm drawing. Like he utilizes athleticism, and that's kind of where he like stop. Like he doesn't improve himself more than that.
Yeah,
he's not going above and beyond. You know what I mean? I don't know.
And the thing that worries
I don't know
me
the
is,
guy.
like,
I feel like it's unfair for us to even know.
Yeah.
But like the
well,
reports.
I mean, I'm going based off of, things that have been reported, what we see on the field,
I
and
think I think it's been pretty good, like coming from his work ethic stuff since the fucking Call of Duty shit that happened how many years ago now. I mean, there wasn't. I don't think there's been.
I will say, I mean, he definitely stepped up his game this year. Like
Yeah.
his good games has been probably his best games I've seen.
Yeah, I don't. I agree with you guys. I don't know if he's it or like actually a good QB or can be a good winning QB or whatever. But I don't think it's. I think it's like I don't know. I don't think it's his work ethic is the problem. I think it's just
Yeah,
just his technique, I guess.
He's also been working, I guess, with like his defense. Like the defense he's had to play with has never really been amazing, especially since
No.
Gannon's come in, and then the weapons are finally starting to come up to par. But you can tell like there's some. See, this is the other part of it though. Like your chemistry with the weapons,
Yeah,
especially when it comes to like you have Marvin Harrison,
who
like having a
kind of
somewhat
shocked us this year. Yeah,
disappointing season for his draft stock. I think if you took a rookie season, you'd be pretty happy for it. Like for anybody else, like you're like, oh, he had a pretty good rookie season, but because it's Marvin Harrison Jr., like the expectations were higher. And there's so many plays where it's like they're just not on the same page. Even if Harrison's open, the spot Kyler was throwing it to is different, or what's Harrison's not even looking for the ball at certain points. Like it's
but like,
I don't know if that's like on Kyler and him to work through that chemistry. I don't know.
but it is a veteran quarterback's job to.
Right. That's
Yeah. I mean,
that's
Yeah.
what kind of what I was trying to get at.
yeah, and like I said, I'm not just trying to hate on him. I just don't see the spark. That's really all I can say. I mean, he's a gifted athlete, obviously. I don't blame them for signing him long term and everything. He's worth doing that for, but it's just like it just seems like the same thing year in year out with him, and
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about it anymore, to be honest.
I think that's the whole point of this is like we don't know why he's not as good as what he should be.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. But
if you're gonna keep it for another year, like I'm fine. Like honestly, don't even touch the offense. Maybe an interior help, but
yeah,
get some chemistry with your players more. Let that develop naturally. Don't force anything for the offense, and just keep plugging away at that defense, because that the team's ceiling is going to be capped no matter how good Kyler is or ends up being if they can't get that defense together anyway. And
Right.
Gannon, I think, is doing a great job with what he has, but come on, there's like hardly anybody there at this point other than Buddha, and I love Buddha.
yeah, which he's only getting older.
Exactly.
I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been traded yet. Like I feel like every year he comes up as a player, like a trade candidate, and then he's still there at the deadline.
I think he wants to stay there.
Yeah, I think he loves it.
I don't know why, but I think he likes it.
I love this.
How about we'll do the Bengals next? Shocking.
Kinda. I mean, they get hot, and when they get hot, like I feel like they could beat anybody.
Oh, they're one of the scariest teams in the league.
But that defense was just awful this year. I think they're gonna bounce back. I'm not too worried about them, even with losing Higgins. Like they could grab somebody in the draft, or the guys they have on hand aren't terrible.
Well, you would know probably more than Moose and I would, but so
I mean, I believe because
they picked up. Well, I'm saying they picked up the Notre Dame DC as their DC.
yeah. Well, he used to be a coach on the team.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In fact, he might have been the defensive coordinator 2 years ago.
I think Lou Alruma was still the DC then.
Well, he was definitely coaching on that defense a few years ago. I mean, look, that offense with Burrow, I'm never gonna count them out. I mean, I felt like they deserved to be there more than the Steelers, to be honest. I thought they proved that they could have a fighting chance at least.
Especially with the role they were going on at the end of the season.
Yeah, definitely feel for them. Like, that defense played awful, I mean, it really did. I mean, I think it was the only game all year that the Steelers like put up like 30 over 30 points.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's just funny.
Like they even had me believing for a minute. I was like, "What? What did we do? We put up more than 17 points?" I don't know if they need massive changes on the defense either, like people wise. I'd really like to see them retain the talent they have for the most part and keep drafting. But
Yeah, I mean, coach is right. You know, I think it'll be fine. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a massive turnaround right off the bat because it's going to take like half a year for that defense to get implemented. I don't know what, unless maybe shorter if you're with you saying about the him being there before. So
I just think with
if that's the
Burrow, you
case,
can't
yeah.
ever keep them out.
Oh yeah, you're 1,000% right. If they lose T Higgins though, they're going to be. I think they're going to hurt more than people think.
Yeah, definitely.
Like Jamar Chase is fantastic, but like Yoshi Voss I like, but not as a 2.
No,
Jermaine Burton's like already a bust. Like,
well, I'm not. That's not fair. We don't know that.
he put the team already hates him. Like it's been like the GM is literally saying that was a bad pick.
Really?
Is what he said. Yeah, he said he's not gonna. He's like, would you see him on the team? He's like, he's not gonna work. He's not gonna work. He's not on the team because he hasn't worked all year.
Well, I don't know much about that whole situation, but I do know there
You
was
know
a
how
lot
much
of.
I liked him on the field, so I've been
Well,
watching his situation pretty closely, and it's been.
I mean, I just remember his off the field stuff, and
Yeah, sometimes the red lights are correct.
like I said, dead clocks right twice a day.
Right.
But it's still so early in his career, man.
I don't know.
I'm gonna try not to judge too quickly.
I would be surprised if he turns it around. He had every opportunity this year to do it, and he repeatedly said, he doesn't care."
I mean, Roman Wilson didn't do anything either, but I'm not gonna give up on him like that. But
yeah, but at least Roman wasn't doing like having character issues.
Well, we don't know that.
Fair.
I really don't know what the issue is, and in fact, I think it would probably be my first question if I ever could talk to Mike Tomlin. I'm really interested in the situation because they just said they didn't feel he was NFL ready.
All I'm saying is like Jermaine Burton was like he was supposed to when T Higgins got hurt, he was going to be the focal point of the offense. Like they told him that, and they had a whole series of game meetings around him, and he skipped like half of them.
Wow.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Get him out of here.
He's like, and then they found him at a casino.
What?
Yeah,
I'm surprised I didn't hear about this. I'm actually a little disappointed at myself.
That's what
he sounds like a cool dude, but not football team.
We should have him on the podcast.
They're like,
yeah. I think it really depends on, which is weird to say, but it really depends on who else they get for wide receiver.
Yeah. I mean, I hope they re-sign T Higgins. That's all I hope.
Well, yeah, definitely. But I mean, I guess also, yeah, I guess with wide receiver and tight end, because when Jamar Chase is the only one out there, the defense just covers Jamar Chase, and then Joe Burrow is just like, well, I can't do anything now.
Yeah.
So, except for running the ball, but
yeah, maybe Mike Gesicki comes back another season.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Because Eric All is also out for the next season too. He re-aggravated, or there's an issue with the surgery, so Eric All's out for next season as well.
Oh, that's terrible.
I guess with Mike Gesicki, it's just I don't know. I know he had a good year. It's just I don't think he's like a.
I don't want to bank on him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you guys are mean.
Then you take him.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't have said no. I don't know how to say no.
Just get all the Penn State players.
I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Except Parsons.
Yeah, don't look at his Madden team.
Yeah, don't ever look at my Madden teams. You're not allowed to. Those are my secrets.
Kevin King, number 1 corner in the league.
Damn right. I still believe.
The Pittsburgh Nittany Lions.
Yep.
And we're gonna
But-
change the. I like blue more than black, anyways. They're just gonna be the Nittany Lions.
Yellow and blue. What a great team combo, color combo.
I'm down.
Yeah, it really depends on what they do with their receivers because Jamar Chase can't do it by himself.
No, you're
And
right.
and as much as Ishivas, or whatever how the fuck you say his name, as much as
Andre
he,
Yoshivas.
yeah, Yoshivas.
I thought it was
that's
Isavias, but
No, it's Yoshi.
No, it's Yoshivas. Yeah, it is Yoshivas. Now that you said that, but I don't. I'm not a big fan of him as much as he did or whatever. But I don't know.
Yeah, he's a good 3 or 4.
I don't even know if I like him at 3.
Fair enough.
That's the point I'm making. I mean, sure, 4. Why not sit on the bench until someone gets hurt?
I do like Chase Brown though. I hope they give him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I hope he becomes like their focal point next year.
Yeah, definitely. I really like Chase Brown. I'm just saying. I mean, you got Joe Burrow. You got to have him throw the ball, and Jamar Chase can't do it himself.
Absolutely.
So, and their O-line, I think, was better. I wouldn't say it was great, but
yeah, I mean they've definitely invested in the O line, but
They
Mhm.
fired their O-line coach though.
Interesting.
Ted Karras is like one of the worst centers this year. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm. And and they just need to do a lot on their defense because their defense single-handedly lost in multiple games.
I think they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean I have a lot of belief, and I don't even want to be there. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But Burrow is special.
I mean, I honestly think he's like my favorite quarterback in the NFL.
I think he's definitely the second best. Without a doubt, I think he's my second. I think he's number 2 on my list. And I mean, I think Mahomes is the best I've ever seen. So,
all right. Anything else on the Bengals? So let's go do the Seattle Seahawks. Woo!
Take it away, Otter.
Yeah, I can hear your opinions sometimes, guys.
Yeah, but yours matters the most.
I don't know about that, but I mean, it's for a rookie head coach. I think they had a pretty good year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both the offense and the defense had high-end play in splashes, not in consistency, obviously. So that makes me hopeful if they can get those consistent. I think they could be a really good team in a year or two. I don't know. That's going to depend on getting at least for the offense, an O-line and retaining some of the good players you had this last year for defense. So, I mean, I think Geno has the makings to be a playoff quarterback if he has the O-line, but he's also old, so I'm totally fine with them picking up a rookie guy, or I would prefer a rookie to develop behind him for the next year or two that he's on contract. That'd probably be the safer route.
Yeah.
Than banking on Geno.
Yeah, that was going to be my first question. How's your QB?
But
because
I mean,
he's what, 34?
Yeah. I mean, I love Geno. Like,
yeah.
I adore Geno. I mean, he's frustrating sometimes when it comes to red zone issues, but they also fired the offensive coordinator this year that kind of forced the whole, like, Geno to put the whole offense on his back a lot of the time.
Interesting.
And, I mean, they didn't run the ball.
Yeah.
They didn't run the ball.
It should have been their focal point.
And DK was hurt, so you had basically JSN and Tyler Lockett being the two guys, or it hurt DK when he was in.
But I mean, JSN's like, he's really looking like he's going to be, a key piece of this offense.
Oh yeah, I mean, they finally started utilizing him down the field more. Thank God, because he is amazing in space. It's gonna be tough to say. I mean, they're gonna need O line is just what I'm gonna just keep bringing up. I'm gonna be saying that all off season. So, like, I'm actually completely fine with most of the roster. Aside from that, like, obviously I want to upgrade where you could,
I mean, would
Yep.
you say linebacker is probably a need?
If we re-sign Ernest Jones, I don't.
I mean,
think
how
so.
old is he?
He's not old. This year would be his. I think he'd be like 25.
Yeah, he's 25 right now.
Okay, so he's young.
Yeah, and he was when we traded for him. We got rid of Javon Baker. Wait,
Yeah,
what's his name?
Jerome
and
Baker.
Jerome Baker. It was like night and day. Like our run defense was way better. Like
Well,
other than
Jerome's
this
passes.
Packers, other than the Packers game, like the run defense was stellar.
Mhm.
And Tyrese Knight played pretty good for a rookie. He played better than the two vets that were in front of him when he came in. So I wouldn't say linebacker's a weakness. Could you improve on it? For sure. But I wouldn't invest in it at this point. Maybe safety to go along next to Love.
Yeah,
But that'd be me being nitpicky at that point. Because we got one more year out of, I think, Tariq Woolen. Or this is
they
his
probably
third year.
sign him.
We'll see. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm obviously biased. I think it's probably better to hear an outsider's perspective a little bit more than just mine.
I just feel like the run game has to be more of a focal point with this team. Like I think they have a great run game. And I think, nothing against Geno. Like I think Geno's a good player, but I mean he couldn't get the ball out because of how bad the O line was playing. I mean,
Yeah.
I liked their draft. Like as far as, picking up needs, I think they did a decent job. You can have all the great wide receivers in the world, but if you can't keep your quarterback up, I mean, I don't know how you're ever going to throw anything to him.
Geno also has the issue of holding the ball too long too to make hero plays.
Yeah.
So
Also, Kenneth Walker needs to stay healthy.
yeah, that we are not efficient. Well, we weren't really efficient with him on the field either, but at least you can get like home run shots with him.
Yeah, exactly.
And Charbonnet's not terrible.
He got better. He got way better later in the year.
I
was
like
actually
Charbonnet.
He was one of my favorites in that draft.
Yeah.
I was very disappointed in him and how he started at first, but he picked things up real quick along the way.
I think if Kenneth Walker was healthy all year, I think you would look a lot better than what you were. But not even saying that you were a bad team, but he was a big part of your team when he played.
Definitely when they played against good talent, it showed. Like not trying to be a jerk, but
you don't need to say that. It's all good.
I mean, not that my team was any different, but it's just,
God, Otter, you're so dumb being a Seahawks fan.
I know.
But yeah, I mean, I think they should draft another QB or draft another QB, have him sit behind Geno for a year or two and see what happens. And make a couple additions. I think you'll be fine next year.
Yeah. Especially we got Clint Kubiak, I think, as our new OC. So
yeah, that's great.
He was the Saints OC this year.
Right.
Which looked pretty good when they had all their weapons. So hopefully it looked pretty good when all my weapons are there.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't be too worried
like
about
the Saints.
Cooper.
Hopefully first 4 week Saints, not the middle phase.
No, I mean the whole season.
I'd rather die.
Oh,
just kidding.
Well, I'm calling a hotline tonight.
Just call it after that happens. After week 4. All right. Let's move on to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Finally hitting the playoff teams.
Yes, sir.
Anything at this point. They're all good teams. I thought all these seasons were pretty awesome to watch and develop.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, fucking Baker, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on his 8th offensive coordinator.
Oh my god. Him, Mike Evans getting his 8th consecutive, 7th consecutive. Which one was it?
Yeah,
1,000-yard season.
Yeah, but kind of. They forced it.
Oh,
what
so
you?
what?
He was also hurt for like 2 weeks.
God, give
2,
him
3
a
weeks.
break.
Like he would have nailed that thing no problem without forcing it without him being
I know.
hurt.
It was a joke, guys. Calm down.
No, I am
I
defend
don't
like
know. Didn't sound like a joke.
he's gonna like the quietest like Hall of Fame career I've ever seen though. Like
Yeah.
He's a great player.
he is.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
No matter how much Moose hates on him.
Yeah, totally.
How scared were you to play them, Moose, if they ended up beating Washington?
I actually wasn't too afraid. I actually said the two teams I didn't want to play were the Rams and the Commanders, and we played them both going into the playoffs, just because of the hot streak that they were on.
I gotcha.
I know the
Todd
track
Bowles'
record
defense is just like hit or miss sometimes, but
yeah,
God, when it hits though, it hits hard.
Yeah, exactly. I know the track record between the Eagles and Bucks and all that stuff, but like I said, I would have rather played them than the Rams, I guess. But who knows? Maybe I'm dead wrong. Maybe we would have lost if we played the Bucks.
Never know.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, I think the Rams were definitely a better team, so I wouldn't look that too deep into that.
Yeah, that answers that question.
I mean, they've built up some pieces on their offensive line that were needed. Looks like they now have a starting running back in Bucky Brooks.
Bucky Irving.
Or Bucky Irving, I'm sorry.
Bucky Burks is out of retirement.
Brooks, yeah. Sorry. Jalen McMillan had a good year.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, they're probably gonna lose Godwin in the offseason, it looks like. But their defense is getting better as time's going on.
I think they just need more talent as much as that.
Yeah.
Sounds weird.
They need someone else other than Yaya Diaby.
Yeah.
Like I love Diaby, and he's like I don't think people talk about him a lot, but he's also like he's the only one a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Other than like their Vita Vea.
Yeah, I think Levante
consistent.
Yeah, I think Levante David finally is starting to go downhill without what he is.
It was bound to happen.
Yeah,
eventually.
Yeah, obviously. He's 35, so
Jesus. He's still, like I still see him like fucking.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's
like,
he's
22-year-old. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. He's not bad. It's just he's obviously not as good as he was, for obvious reasons.
I think the biggest factor for this season was the three biggest factors for how good this season was like obviously Baker. I had to make sure I got him in. So, but the offensive line was phenomenal.
Yep.
Like their right tackle and was the other guy Cody Mock played great.
The toothless one.
Tristan Wirfs obviously moved to left tackle and played like just as good as he did in the right. So
yeah,
I don't even think. And who was it? Their center was that rookie, right?
Yep.
Jackson Barton.
Graham Barton.
Graham Barton. That's it. Yes, and he played pretty good. I thought pretty underrated actually, but
yeah. I mean, I think he had a hell of a rookie year.
So it's like I don't think Baker. I mean, that offensive line is just made Baker go to a whole other level, and then him learning Liam Cohen's system as well as he did, and having it all fire off all cylinders as like those three things made this team like a hell of a playoff team.
Yeah,
if, like Chris Godwin didn't get hurt, like what else could this team have done?
Yeah. Because it took McMillan a little bit to get into that role, but if they had Godwin straight through, then there wouldn't have been that drop off, and they would have been even better than what they were.
I mean, I think he could be a solid number 2 next year.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just saying in the beginning when Godwin got hurt and McMillan came in, he wasn't really doing much, but he definitely got better as time went on.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect him to be this good. I liked him coming out too. Like I definitely thought a lot of him, but even I didn't expect this.
Yeah, I think if they get a couple more pieces on the defense, I think they're going to be a pretty scary team next year.
I think they most likely will probably own the South for another year or two.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm sure.
But you know the South. The South is never. It's always a clusterfuck. So we
How
probably
can
just
you talk about the South like that?
you know that I'm right. Let's move on to the Broncos.
Shocking year. Honestly, I mean, they really turned around the defense again. And
Oh, Nix.
Bo Nix, I mean, he had a hell of a year.
He really did.
Took a couple weeks.
Yeah.
4 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks, but wow, that middle stretch was phenomenal, honestly.
Mhm.
Kind of tape cooled off at the end of the year. I think people were starting to recognize his tendencies, but
But for a
Yeah.
rookie, I think he,
oh yeah, 1,000%.
And
Like-
also, I don't think that he had great weapons other than Cortland Sutton.
yeah, I was gonna say that as well.
That's a good point. The running game wasn't really that efficient either.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, Javonte kept getting hurt.
And even when he was on the field, it wasn't that good. But
We know.
Yeah, and their defense played way over than what I expected as well, with how little amount of actual talent they have.
yeah, I know, right? I mean, other than Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, exactly. He's still he's great, Surtain, but
Yeah.
everyone
But it's
else played a lot better.
Kind of crazy with the because Riley Moss, their defense was like crazy good when Riley Moss played, and then as soon as he got hurt, like the efficiency like fell down like a brick,
Like a cinder block in water.
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny.
And then he came back, and then obviously he was still hurt, so nothing really improved that much. But basically, my point is he's a really good player. I think a good number 2 across from Surtain, and then they're like rush, like how creative their rush scheme was, pass rush scheme.
Oh yeah,
really
I mean,
cool to see. Especially that big dude in the middle. What's his name? Who's that interior guy that they have that was destroying O lines like all season?
I'm trying to think who that is.
Was it DJ Jones?
No, it wasn't him. I think his last name was like Allen.
Yeah, I would have thought.
Oh, Zach Allen?
Zach Allen, yeah. Dude, he was a monster this
He's
year.
He's listed as a defensive end.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they run a 3-4, so technically he's inside. Well, I guess depending on the play.
Yeah, he was a fucking beast. Like him and Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito. Like what a season!
Oh yeah,
for
Nick
him.
Bonito. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it was a good building year for them. You know, I think the future's definitely bright. With what they got going on. So, I mean, my only worry is the ceiling of Bo Nix right now.
Like I said, I mean he wasn't really playing with any weapons either, and they made the playoffs. So
yeah, I mean, but he's probably the perfect match for the scheme he's in. Like,
yeah,
the person I would compare him to would be like a better version of Brock Purdy when I was scouting him. But
interesting.
just because like the way he reads the scheme and then his improv, if something doesn't go right, is pretty similar. But I think in Sean Payton's scheme, I think he works pretty similar. Like it's not the same type of scheme.
Yeah.
I think he can have that similar level of success because he can, if it doesn't work out, he utilizes his legs like crazy, which, you know, in a Sean Payton offense, they never really had that because Drew Brees was such a surgeon. So,
well, I mean, towards the end of Brees' career, he would do similar things with Brees. So, like, it doesn't surprise me that he's able to work with him like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the legs specifically, like able to improv with his legs.
Oh,
so I guess that's where Taysom Hill aspect comes in. You know what I mean? They would use Taysom Hill, and then Bo Nix can not run like Taysom, but he's got some wheels on him.
And I mean, it's exciting to see Courtland Sutton really have a hell of an end to the year.
He only had like one bad game in his last 6 stretches, and he was just lights out the rest of them.
Yeah. I've liked Courtland Sutton for a long time. and it's good to see that he actually did something.
Had some consistency at quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree. And hopefully, like Bo Nix and Troy Franklin develop more too. Get that utilize his deep threat more.
Yeah, I
thought that was
didn't see
gonna
a
be
lot of Troy, but I thought we would.
I mean, other than the touchdown in the playoffs, like that was pretty much the most of it. They tried to, but I think he definitely still needed some work in his route tree and development. But
Yeah, I mean, I guess shout out to Marvin Mims too, because he kind of had a pretty good year too. But I don't think that he's like a true number 2. But
I'm with you on that.
I think it'd be a pretty good 3. But
Oh yeah,
I definitely want to see more talent there, or another weapon is what I was looking for at wide receiver for Bo Nix.
yeah. I
With
agree.
Corn Sutton and Mims as third, I think that'd be pretty good. But
Let's do the Steelers.
No.
All right,
Fair.
let's do the next team.
Okay.
He has to talk about it.
Ugh. Well, they fooled me for a minute. I will say they had me for a second.
You drank the Kool-Aid a little bit.
You know, I didn't at first. I was like, nah, I don't know, man. I see this shit from a mile away, and then it's like I said, I mean that game against the Bengals when they were able to outscore them, I'm like, wow, I haven't seen this in a long time. You know, so I really thought it was cool, but man, I just think they're lacking a lot of weapons. You know, it's such a hard topic for me because I've always loved Russell Wilson, but I just don't want to see him back. I think this team is better off with Fields, especially because he's a dual threat. You know, with the weapons they have and Russell's, you know, abilities, I just don't think it fits. And I think it would take a lot to make it work for him. And trust me, you know, it's not like I wouldn't want it to work, per se, but I just think they're better off moving on.
You're saying you feel like you're hedging your bets between the two options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, there is still a chance that Fields can turn things around. I mean, he's still very young, and I like him a lot too. I mean, you know, I definitely want him to be their quarterback. But I just think when they needed to rely on Russ, they didn't play well.
Why did your run defense like drop off like a brick at the end of the year?
I think TJ was hurt, honestly.
Yeah, I keep hearing that he was struggling with injury this year.
And he was like I thought he was out for the season when he really like had that bad step. I'm trying to remember which game it was. Was it against? I think it was against the Chiefs where he did it. It was either the Chiefs or the Ravens that he did it, and ever since then he didn't do anything the rest of the season. Like I think he finished the last 3 or 4 games without a sack. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I saw a stat with like it was like a huge number of plays that he was in, and he didn't record any stat, like tackle for loss or tackle or anything. So
yeah, I mean, it looks like that first like quick step that he usually has was not there, and that's why I think that injury to his ankle was really holding him back. I'm not terribly worried about it, but he's not getting any younger. But I mean, I will say I was really happy with what Cam did this season. I didn't expect it, especially at his age.
Oh yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah,
but they need to work on the secondary. That's the other problem. I don't know if it's the scheme coverages because you know even Minka didn't have that great of a year. As much as I hate admitting that, they need to figure out something new on that secondary. And I'm not blaming one player. Both know how I feel. No, I'm really not, honestly. But I just feel like how they're doing things right now doesn't work.
Right.
And it shows time and time again. You can have the greatest pass rush in the world, but you can't expect them to go 100% every week. You can't. It doesn't win. You have to balance out the defense better. And well, you know, my biggest worry besides all of this is, you know, what's the run game going to look like next year? Because they have quite a history of retaining running backs, whether for good or bad.
Well, if you're gonna lose a running back this year, at least you have the draft to look forward to for this one.
Yeah.
A lot of good options for that.
I don't know. I think they can win with what they have on hand, but that's just me.
Yeah, but you can go cheaper. Like if you're going to think about it as like a overall cost versus reward thing, like you can probably get 80% of what, or even 90% of what Najee brought production wise.
But then that's a pick you take away from maybe another wide receiver or an offensive lineman that might be needed. Because I mean, say Malu's probably on this final year, if I had to guess. So you got to start prepping for that. You really aren't sold at quarterback right now. Like I'd rather have something that I know what it is today with this roster.
I'll say this: if you guys do like keep whoever you guys keep, I think at least you'll have consistency between the offense, like keeping Arthur Smith, like because it doesn't look like he's being moved. So
not this year.
Right. So at least you'll have another year of that being, because you only had Fields utilizing it for the first half of the year before he even got really comfortable in it. And then you had Russ coming in off an injury when he didn't really get fully acclimated to it. Like, just like he didn't get to have all of off season to really train.
No, but he's
no matter who you
choose. How
choose.
long? I mean, I do expect him to pick it up a little quicker.
Yeah, and I think he did. I think he picked it up quick. I'm just saying you're gonna have a full year of off season and to work with it. Like, obviously with Fields, I think the benefit would be higher for him specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, you have a little bit of consistency between your coaching.
But I mean, the quarterback consistency I thought was a huge problem. I mean, like we saw Russell make some great plays. I mean, some awesome plays this year. But for every play like that, there was 10 that were 3 and outs. Like, and that's not exaggerating that far. And I know Pickens is probably the only real guy you got there, but I'm starting to worry they're going to trade him, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to ask about what happened late in the season with George Pickens. I know he was injured for a bit, but even when he came back, he didn't really do much.
Well, I mean, we're seeing some trends here with his attitude. So I'm look. If I'm worried, I think that should tell you all you need to know. Because I am optimistic until the end of time.
Yeah.
I'm still every once in a while the guy who's like, hey beast, over there.
Oh, that's crazy.
He wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I really like George Pickens when he actually isn't being an idiot.
Oh, I do too. And,
yeah, he's a great player if he's not being a fucking idiot.
and I do think the media loves to attack him, and he just doesn't know how to control himself sometimes. And I gotta be honest,
very bad.
I love the dog in him. I do. Like, he can be that guy, and I truly feel like there is still a chance of him being a number one guy for this team, but he's got to cool down. But they also need somebody else to contribute, and
definitely.
I love Calvin Austin. I think he did some great stuff this year, but when he goes against real talent, he gets killed. He took some really nasty hits this year that I really hope not to see again. I mean, he definitely took some coffin balls there at the end.
Especially at his size, too.
Yeah, I mean, and he takes them like a champ. I don't know how he does it. You can't get hit too many times in your career like that and still stick around. I would say I don't know how optimistic I am. I have to wait and see what they do. But I don't think running it back with Russell is a good idea. I think that'll just put us back to where we were.
Unless that's what ownership wants.
I mean, unless they go out and get Higgins and Saquon Barkley and draft really well for the offense. You can't win with just Russ.
Right. You know how Saquon Barkley's up on the market.
Yeah, well, we can just show up at their practice field one day and just grab them. I'll help them. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna do much, but I could try.
It's like you holding on. It's like you holding onto his leg. It's like walking around like a dad with his kids on around their legs.
I just like whisper like, I love you. Don't you want to come with us?
He's like, no, Pencil Tucky sucks.
And I mean, obviously, you know, I want to see Naj stay, and I want Warren to stay too. Honestly, like I would pay both of them before the market blows up. I would do it. I'd rather they drafted other positions, but I just don't think they will. They didn't do it for Connor. They didn't do it for Le'Veon Bell, so I heavily doubt they're gonna do it as much as I want to see them do it.
Yeah.
So
that's yeah. I think the Le'Veon Bell one was the correct call, but
they kind of screwed him.
I'm not
I
gonna.
guess.
Hey, he only took a year off because he was going to try to make a stand for running backs, and he wanted more money than they were going to offer him. They kind of fucked him over.
I understand why he did it, and I don't blame him for it. I still think he was an awesome player to watch. But yeah, so there's my depressing shot for the day. maybe in a few weeks I'll feel a little more positive about it. Get my number 1 jersey. Maybe
It's not a shot at gin time.
God, I hope not. That only happens when we draft Kenny Pickett.
There you go. That was so funny.
I didn't find that fun. That was not fun.
It was pretty fun for us.
I'm glad you love my pain.
Like, hey, if I was in that position, you would love mine.
Oof. Yeah, when you found out Russell got traded.
Came in all giddy like a schoolgirl, bro.
Yeah, I feel a little bad about that. I was in shock.
He was like, front row seat to breaking the news? Hell yeah. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Anyway,
you know, we could get Malik, by the way.
What do you guys think of the LA Chargers? What about their year?
Really depressing end.
I hope Stafford can come back.
The Chargers?
Oh God, I'm so sorry. The Chargers. Is it really that depressing? I mean, they went into a rebuild, and they still made the playoffs. I can't call that depressing.
Just the 4 picks from Herbert. Like, Herbert was having such a good year.
Yeah, exactly.
It was sad to see it end on that note.
But like,
and everyone was picking the Chargers to beat the shit out of Texans too.
And I don't even blame them. I don't even blame them.
Yeah, I was fully expecting the Chargers to easily win that game, and yeah, it was really depressing.
Once again, they're on a rebuild year. I think.
Yeah, I understand.
I think they made a lot of good acquisitions, and I think they're only on the up. Like, they had to get rid of a lot of guys to clear up cap, and they did that.
Yeah,
Saints, please be listening in on that. Like, for the situation they were in, I think they did completely fine. I think they have nothing to be upset about.
Overall, it's not a depressing season. I just meant the ending.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, because that was just abysmal.
But even with that, I just think they should be at least happy with what they got. Because I mean, I don't know about you guys. I did not think they were going to be good this year at all.
I think they had well, no, I agree with you. I mean, if we look at our rankings, it was kind of we were all kind of not like 26, 21, 30. Our average score was 26 to start, so we weren't very high on them. And we were very hesitant to even raise them. I mean, they were ranked pretty much 9 up until that playoff game. Like, pretty much all their young players that they drafted and like played excellent. Old players like Derwin James was back this year.
Yeah.
Like, that was great to see. J.K. Dobbins had a resurgence.
Ooh, shout out to J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, Khalil Mack had a great year as well.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much everything you could have asked them to have a good year for, they had, except for look, I liked Quentin Johnston. He had that
out of there.
He had that one good game, and I'm just not sold on him any.
He's done. Yeah, I'm done with him too.
He can't separate for crap.
Yeah.
Nope.
And they need to get Justin Herbert weapons. I mean, Lad McConkey is obviously great, but he needs something else. I mean, it was depressing.
And I
whenever
think they will.
they have to. Whenever Justin Herbert like passed the ball, it was like, well, if it wasn't going to Len McConkey, it's just gonna get dropped.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, like, especially like, trying to throw at the tight ends all the time too. Like,
Yeah, Will Disley had a good year.
And even
yeah.
if they stick like with the run game being being their main focus, we're going into another draft class like with a ton of really good running backs, including ones
Yeah.
that Harbaugh coached. So, like, I think
Those guys, yeah.
I think they'll find another really good back in this draft to complement J.K.
Yep.
Like I think they're gonna be fine. I think they're gonna play a lot better next year.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good team next year.
Yeah, and I think Joel can only get better at this point. Like,
Yeah, I think he played very well.
Yes, he did.
Though he did end the year with a injury, right? Did he get an ACL? What was it?
no, I hope not. That'd
Yeah,
be terrible.
I thought he got injured at the end of the year.
Sprained MCL. Yeah, that was like towards the back half of the year. Nothing crazy.
I mean, he had a really good rookie year. He could be a generational tackle.
I mean, that's what we're hoping for, and we're so happy that he's at least working his way to meeting those expectations, because we definitely thought it.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's go to the Green Bay Packers. This is a team I don't even know what to talk about, to be honest. It's
the defense was just so inconsistent. The passing game was very everything was inconsistent. It's kind of a headache.
It kind of was.
Yeah, it really was.
Like, it went from Jordan Love down to their backup safeties. Like Malik was at least, I guess he wasn't that consistent, but definitely played better than I thought he was.
Yeah, he did.
He won some games. Yeah, and the coaching told him what to do.
Yep, and he did it.
We're still waiting. We're still waiting for the Steelers to draft him. Now's our time. I'm still a hope.
Just trade for him.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's a free agent this year.
Malik Willis or Justin Fields?
Oh, don't ask that. Why would you ask that?
I'll ask you later. We don't have probably that much time anyway.
My brain says Justin Fields, but my heart says Malik.
Follow your brain.
No, never follow your brain.
But a big issue with them is also wide receiver talent.
See, it's like, man, their talent is
inconsistent
good. Just
wide receivers.
Yeah. Sucks.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
I think their best wide receiver is Romeo Doubs, but I would say he's a good number 2.
With all these inconsistencies, does that just mean it's coaching? I mean,
I just don't think that they're.
What's the common denominator? Like,
I think it's their wide receivers' talent. Like, I think they're all all of their wide receivers. I think or I should say Romeo Doubs and Watson are good number 2s. I think Reed is a good number 3, but
I still think even Reed's a good number 2.
I think Reed has a chance of being a number 1.
I don't know about that. I'm not sold on Reed.
I think Reed's 2. I think Watson, if you're going to bet on someone being a 1, it's going to be Watson. But at this point in his career, I don't even know if you can bank on that. It's like one of those teams where, if they were all healthy and a full cylinder, it's like all their skill sets are so different that you could ideally deal with any situation.
Yeah.
You also have to realize, though, this is one of the youngest offenses in the league.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
It could be coaching, but it also could be the players just aren't there yet. They're always super young.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they're a bad team. I think Jordan Love needs an actual, true talent at wide receiver. I don't know. I think
also, whether we want to admit it or not, it's pretty crazy how quickly he's come along as a starting quarterback.
I mean, it's the classic story of learning behind someone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have no issues with Jordan Love. I know he is.
I have issues. It's not my team. I'm just kidding.
I know he has his issues with like consistency and all that, but I think he'll be fine.
I hope so. I mean, his playmaking is out of this world sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just his dumb mistakes is just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I could question is clutch factor, which is probably one of the most important things of a QB. But
yeah,
how many really have that?
I think the good ones do.
Well,
4 maybe 5. I don't know. I mean, he's been clutch sometimes, but other times not.
Yeah,
A lot of the like, because he's good at like bringing a team back all the time, but some of those times it's like he caused the problem in the first place. And the defense has been like, I like the defense on paper, and I think they still played pretty good. So it's like I don't even want to be negative about them. It's just how's their pass rush even going to be? Like I didn't see much from Lucas Van Ness this year.
yeah,
well, I wasn't a huge fan of him.
Yeah, I don't think their pass rush is like the issue. I think it's their cornerback specifically, because when corner when Jair Alexander's out, their corners are awful.
That's true. That's actually a very good point.
You know what the problem is? They didn't put Kalen King in. That's the problem.
That the crazy thing is he couldn't start when how bad their
hey, no.
It hurts because it's true, doesn't it?
I'm so sorry.
I think he's literally
you
the
guys
last
cool
cornerback
to like college football.
I think he's literally their last cornerback on their depth chart.
Yeah, they put him in the practice squad on the very last game, or took him off the practice squad to start.
Yeah, because Jair Alexander was hurt. But because I mean, Edrin Cooper had a great year.
Yeah,
and Kenny Clark is Kenny Clark. I mean, Rashawn Gary is Rashawn Gary. I don't think their D line is the issue. It's just Edrin Cooper's a middle linebacker, but I know he blitzes a lot and stuff. But
but they also had issues stopping the run a lot. So
that's true.
I mean, it's hard to say that the defensive line isn't one of the issues.
I guess I should say their pass rush isn't the issue.
Yeah. Right. I don't think the pass rush is the issue.
And I mean, having Xavier McKinney come out this year and do such a good job for the most part, like
probably one of the best acquisitions of the year.
I mean, he pretty much won them like 2 games.
Yeah.
Not by himself, but like finished them off at least. Made some game-changing stuff.
Yeah.
He's a great player.
And I like the rookie Evan Williams too.
Yeah, he was good. I was impressed with him.
Yeah.
I think it's him and Javon Bullard both had their ups. Well, I think Evan Williams actually played better than him, but
he might have, yeah.
But I loved Bullard coming out.
Mm-hmm. I think they're a good team. I think they're going to get better next year, depending on the acquisitions and stuff. But they're only a few pieces away, I think, from being a really, really good team.
Yeah, just be like if you want to. I think if you're going to try to upgrade the wide receiver room, like get a true alpha number 1, I think you're going to maximize pretty much everything that Jordan Love could even be.
Yep. And Josh Jacobs. I think it will help Josh Jacobs too, because if there's an actual passing threat, then Josh Jacobs, even though how good he did this year, I think it would be even better.
That's a very solid point. All right, let's go on to the Minnesota Vikings.
Boo. They suck.
He's like, they just kept winning and winning.
They just kept riding on good coaching.
Until the games mattered, and then they sucked.
Yeah.
Which I think we all kind of expected.
Well, it's good coaching and like the receivers like making up for any mistakes, like any underthrown ball or bad ball, like Justin Jefferson's still catching it.
Or Jordan Addison.
Yeah, he really came back in towards the end of the year.
And also when Hawkinson came back midway through the season.
Yeah. He just didn't make as much of an impact as I thought he would.
Yeah, not as much as obviously Justin Jefferson and Addison, but
well, yeah, of course, but yeah, it's like Sam Darnold has such a good year. Like,
it's still a win for him.
Oh yeah, definitely, it's a win for the Vikings.
I think so too. I think it's probably played out for the future of the Vikings the best it could have.
Yeah,
you had a 14-win season.
On a
but you're the
rebuild year.
guy you're like, ah, shit, do we have to pay this guy after we drafted a QB first overall, or not first overall, but from the first round?
Mhm.
Oh man, then he shits the bed. He's like, nah, okay, cool. We're gonna
Yeah,
thank God made that job easier,
Yeah, very true. Good point.
and then potentially get a good comp pick out of him too if he
Yeah.
signs.
Oh
somewhere
yeah.
with me. So
Mhm.
it's a win for the Vikings no matter what. Even though like it was their best seasons win wise in such a long time.
Yeah.
Like this I don't even know how Vikings fans were feeling about this season.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rebuild year, and they definitely made the most out of it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think they did.
They definitely need to get actual talent on the defense, even though they played great the defense. But yeah,
Yeah.
And the funny
I mean,
thing is a lot of those guys on the defense are up on contract too.
Yeah.
So it's like most of them probably aren't going to be back anyways.
yeah. I mean, they have a pretty old defense too. Well, I shouldn't say overall, but I mean, they have Stephon Gilmore and Harrison Smith starting as DBs. So
They didn't do
Yeah.
terrible, you know.
no, they didn't. I'm not saying that they played bad. I'm just saying that they're older.
yeah, like if you're talking about the future, sure.
Yeah,
But
like Byron Murphy had a resurgence.
he did. When I looked back and looked at his play, I was actually very impressed.
He kind of came out as like one of the captains on the defense, which I thought was weird.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he was like
Oh.
getting in, like he was the main guy who was getting like interviewed and like apparently rallying the team and all that stuff, like the defense and all, which I thought was odd. But
Yeah.
hey, good for him.
I don't I don't know how I feel about him.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. That's why I brought him up because like, I mean, he had a pretty good year.
Yeah. Who knows if he'll keep it up, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
This year was awesome.
Mhm.
I mean, it looks like they're going to have no coaching changes too, which is way more than you could ask for. So I don't like
Yeah.
if JJ McCarthy learned a lot behind Darnold while he was injured, like, and he comes in, you have that coaching behind you. You're going to get Christian Darrisaw back. Like they could hit pretty hard next year too.
Stephon Diggs, his market value is somewhere around 13.5 million for next year. And you know, with Tank Dell's situation, I almost think they take him back. But we'll see.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, take him for pretty
It's rookie,
cheapish, you know.
so take what you can.
Yeah, Stroud on a rookie contract. Yeah, I 100% agree. Even if he's not like old Stephon Diggs, like,
He's still a pretty damn good receiver.
yeah, you still have Nico Collins, so
Yeah, I mean, him being your number 2,
exactly.
like,
Yeah.
I mean, as
Yeah,
long
that's
as he
just
wants to
Tank
be
Dell.
there. Oh yeah, it's absolute heartbreaker.
God, I love this defense though. Watching those last like 3 games of the season they had.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Play hard.
like I think they could be one of the best in the league next year if their pieces develop right.
Yeah, Derek Stingley kind of worries me though.
Really?
Yeah.
He's very. I would say he can.
He's
be
very streaky.
inconsistent. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I can-
streaky.
I can see that. It's I don't know.
I mean, I'm
Like I said,
personally biased.
I'm not-
I love him.
I'm not out on him. I don't know, worried, I guess.
But I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. I think it depends. I think it's like on the matchup sometimes. Like the quick twitch guys, they can explode out of their route, especially if he's giving them too much cushion.
Yeah.
His best play has been like playing press usually. So I think it's like mostly zone he's struggled with. So
Like I said, I'm just worried. I'm not
I
out.
gotcha. I understand. Let's
I
just
wonder
move
what their
on.
run game looks like next year.
I think they're still going to keep Joe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just getting older. I mean,
True.
they're
And
not trying to hate on him. I mean, he had a good year, but
Damian Pierce is out now. His contract's up, so
yeah, I don't understand what happened to him.
he just didn't match the scheme. I think.
I think he was just a classic drafted running back that has one good year and then is out.
Fair.
Happens all the time.
It's a lot of competition for it.
Yep.
Well, I guess we said it was. So yeah, we'll just this running back class. So
Yeah. I'm not too worried about the Texans.
Now the Rams.
Yeah.
I'm worried about them if Stafford retires.
Yeah.
But what a hell of a year for them too.
Yeah, exactly.
I loved their team this year.
Yeah, they were so fun to watch.
It was crazy. especially Jared Verse. Like, god damn.
Yeah.
Love that kid.
Like, without him, I think Quinyon Mitchell would win Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yep. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Jared Verse blew that competition out of the water.
Yeah. And yeah, if Quinyon Mitchell got like a couple of interceptions, then he probably would have wanted to. But yeah, Jared
Either
Verse
way,
deserves it.
he's a great
Jared
pick.
Verse.
So let's,
Yeah, Jared Verse deserves it.
Yeah, he's a beast. Like the way I saw him push
definitely.
Mailata, holy moly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see many players do that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did it as a rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, even Fisk, man, like you and
wonderful.
I were kind of worried about him because of consistency.
Yeah.
But man, he really showed up this year.
I think they utilized him very well. Like they didn't make him try to win one-on-one a lot of the time.
Mhm.
Like he was kind of like a hybrid. Like he was a D lineman, but he was like a hybrid dude. Like it was weird. Like they lined him up everywhere.
Yeah. Their whole like D line is like what 1 to 3 year people.
Yeah, like Byron. Like Kobe Turner, Byron Young.
Yeah, they keep doing very well in the draft.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
They need to fix their fucking DBs, but
I mean, was Lake that bad? And I thought
he's aggressively average.
I mean, I still don't think it's terrible.
And Akello,
he played
hits
pretty well.
Hit or miss, has his games, has his bad games. Kitchens had his moments this season.
Yeah.
Had his rookie moments though too. Like I think they would have been scarier if their secondary was better, but their secondary also wasn't getting picked apart because the pressure they were generating was insane.
That's my point. Is that like the D line did a lot of the work late in the season for their defense.
And then anytime you get Matt Stafford at his best day, I don't think there's really hardly any team's gonna beat that.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you have Cup and
I would say Puka is like the focal point at this point.
Yeah,
I think Cup's like gone now, isn't he?
Really?
Oh yeah, because they were listening to trades for him.
Interesting. Of it. He is 31,
and he's had a ton of injuries. I mean, I have a hard time believing they won't bring him back. Just seems like a McVay guy.
Yeah, even if he's like 90% of what he was, 80%, still a solid player. I'd still try to want to get someone else though too, unless Jordan Whittington, pops off again some more.
Interesting name to bring up.
Just because they like to utilize him when they were all hurt, and he did pretty well. Tutu Atwell, I'm not a huge fan of still.
No, I think the case is closed on him.
He's just too small.
Wouldn't hurt to have another running back to complement Williams.
They got Blake Corum.
Did he do anything?
No.
Oh, well, then shut up.
You're so perfect. They have Blake Corum. Did he do anything? No. We agree with you, Bear. It's just funny.
Yeah, I agree with you that Kyra needs help. And I mean, whether that's Blake Corum or someone else, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, he's just getting too many carries.
Yeah.
They need a lightning to that thunder.
Or maybe a tight end.
Or tight end, yeah. They got the way they utilize them, they pretty much bring anybody in. Like Kobe Parkinson was their guy this year, and then Tyler Higbee.
Mm-hmm.
We utilize a lot at the end of the year. So
wasn't he injured, Higbee?
Yeah, he was. It's just nice to see, after the start they had, just all the injuries they faced.
They had a night
playoffs
start.
At this point.
Mm-hmm.
Good on them. They did everything pretty much right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And
just once again proving how great of a coach McVay is.
yep, McVay, he can get everyone in line. Like you have a first time defensive coordinator in Chris Shula. He's plays well. He got like they all coordinate well off each other. Like it's a masterclass from him.
Yeah, it obviously really depends on Stafford, how this team is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow. Jesus Christ, next year.
I think they should think about drafting someone.
Yeah,
I mean,
it'd be tough with how late they go.
Once again, though, like we're going into a draft class that
I
just doesn't look
know,
like it has a strong QB room.
but who they have now is Jimmy G and the guy from Georgia a couple years ago.
Stetson Bennett.
Oh, the 50-year-old.
Yeah,
he's
he's older than Matt Stafford.
He should just retire. They'll retire at the same time.
So they're probably the two biggest things there. I mean, their defense is going to get better, hands down. And
yeah, get DB help and figure out what you're doing at QB.
All jokes aside, is Stetson actually still on the team?
Yeah,
he's still on his rookie contract.
Yeah, but I thought there was off the field stuff with him.
He took the year off last year for personal reasons, apparently. But he's back this year.
College,
I guess. But he's back. Who knows if they don't release him this next upcoming year, but we'll see. All right. Enough about the Rams. Let's move on to the Ravens. Damn, it was they almost pulled it off at the end there.
Yeah, I know.
They were so
feels
close.
so bad for Andrews.
Yeah.
Pretty much the whole team. Like,
I so wish I wish the Bills didn't have to play them in the divisional round. I wish they got separated somehow with the rankings and they had a chance to play each other in the AFC Championship game.
That would have been sick.
Yeah,
We're probably one of the best games we'd see. Hey, it was a pretty good game overall.
Yeah, it was a great game. It was I know
what you mean.
Yeah,
just an awful ending.
But I mean, Lamar, I think took another step. Like every time I think he's gonna reach a ceiling, like he somehow, I don't even know what the ceiling's made of, but he's like raising it every time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy. Like
he's getting better every year.
Like he doesn't even utilize his rushing this year as much. He's just like, I'm just gonna make a play with I'm using my legs to extend instead of run down the field and let my players do all the work. And I'm like, and it worked. And like the things he's been doing to win these games has been insane.
I mean, I don't want to hate too much, but I just feel like the play calling this year was significantly bad. Like, you had Derrick Henry on the play to make the game. Like, they didn't even need to go for 2 points. They didn't need to do that. And they did it anyways. And not only did they do it, you didn't put the ball in your best playmaker's hands.
I will say this though. I mean, Derrick Henry was notoriously one of like the worst short yardage backs.
Yep.
Just because he's not like explosive out. Like he's not like a bird. Yeah. Like he builds up into speed.
Don't think he can get those short yardage plays.
I'm not saying he can't. I'm saying like statistically he hasn't. Like
that's how you stop Derrick Henry is that you meet him in the line. If he builds up that speed, then he's like impossible to take down. But that's like his MO is that if you get to him quick, then he can't really do much.
But I just feel like when the game is on the line, you don't throw that ball.
I mean, the play call was actually great. I mean, Andrews is wide open.
Yeah.
Like, you have to like trust your players to make plays. Your best players that right there. Like one of your best players that you trust, his hands have been good all year.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I honestly think
I think Andrews is more in his head. I think if he didn't fumble that ball and he was in that situation, I think he catches that. I think he was in his head. You know what I mean? Like,
interesting. I think he's a.
When you make a mistake and like everything seems to snowball for you, sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it.
I think that's kind of more what it was. I mean, it just sucks now. And you could tell it hit him especially hard because he didn't talk to the media for like 2 days. I don't even blame him. Like,
yeah, exactly. I wouldn't either.
I mean, I don't want to talk to him in general.
Yeah, exactly.
Let alone after that.
And also, can we get Lamar Jackson another receiver other than Zay Flowers? Why is it so hard for them to get a receiver?
Bateman played pretty well.
Bateman had a good year.
Stop it.
Don't be hating on Bateman.
If you can get someone to beat out Bateman, sure, I'm fine.
Which
with that.
wouldn't be that hard.
If you make shut the fuck.
Wow.
Personally, though, like,
shit.
all right, before this year, I would have been right there with you, buddy.
He had a really good year.
I wouldn't say really good.
He had a good second half. The beginning of the year was still the same old Rashad Bateman issues, but Zay took a step back in the second half, and Bateman became the guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's because they just covered Zay Flowers the whole time.
That's true.
Because he was killing it in the first half, and then they were just like, "Hey, why don't we cover that guy?" And then
it's like, "Oh yeah, we should do that." I'll give the O-line credit, by the way. Like, I thought this was going to be a train wreck,
yeah,
especially given how the beginning of the season started.
Mhm.
But they were actually like a top 10 efficiency O-line overall this year by the end of the year. I was like, damn.
A lot of these guys are up for contract this year.
True. I think Stanley's going to be out.
Yeah, Stanley.
Rosengarten had a hell of a...
Is Mercari up this year too?
I'm not sure.
I think Mercari's up as well.
I would be surprised. But they'll work something out. They always do. I wonder how Daniel Falele played in guard.
Garbage.
Did he?
Yeah, he's not very good.
He was like
he's just a big human.
I was gonna say he's what, like, anytime you throw like a humongous tall guard person in there, he's what I thought how it would end up. But Mekhi Becton kind of disproved some of that a little bit. Yeah, it's just a shame. And I think out of all the things, I don't think Lamar shouldn't get the full blame for the loss.
No.
Like, I think he contributed to it because of those interception.
Yeah.
And that fumble he...
Yeah, in the early game.
Yeah. So he had to kind of clean up his own mess, but he was so good this year. Like, he afforded to make mistakes usually and get it back.
He really is trying to stick to the pass game now.
Yeah, I love that for him.
More than ever. Take out the Saquon play from this season. Like, that throw against the Bengals this year, man, was just amazing.
Oh my God, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Everything I was ever critical with him for is like he's kind of answered like each year. Like,
it's so hard not to love him.
Yeah, exactly.
I keep his jersey underneath my bed. I'll tell anybody.
In the closet someday you'll get out of the Ravens closet.
Nah, I can't. I just can't.
Nah, not yet. What about if they sign Russ? If the Steelers sign Russ, will you? Maybe then.
I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm not ready for this.
All right. Well, in that case,
they trade Minka there. I'll like leap over.
Let's move on to the Detroit Lions. This was heartbreak.
The whole world is upset about this.
And it's not even surprising given how hurt they were. They were so hurt, their defense. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It wasn't surprising this happened.
Goff just, hit a wall.
Yeah. I honestly think that the week off hurt them more than...
You think?
I think I agree.
Yeah. Because they were on a roll.
Such a momentum team, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the week off with their injuries, is like the injuries that they had, the people that were out weren't coming back after a week. And they could have just rolled which is the reason why I didn't want to play the Rams and the Commanders in the playoffs this year, is because they were on a roll coming into it.
Right.
And I think if they didn't have that week off, I think they would have been playing in the NFC Championship game. Who knows?
I can get that.
But I don't think they would have stopped Saquon even if they did. I just, like you said,
that they're playing the NFC Championship game.
Not any further.
Well, like either way, I mean, it's I mean, I really feel for Hutchinson, man. He had a hell of a start to the year.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
he really is everything they thought he was going to be.
And McNeil had a good year until he got hurt.
Oh yeah, I love McNeil. I always have.
And now you have like their whole team just pretty much getting poached, as good teams do. It's just this was all the coaching came back this year just because they wanted to win it. And I think obviously the biggest key, other than having talent, is to stay healthy. And getting healthy at the right time,
Right.
And they just kept getting worse. And it's next year I don't have much optimism for them to like. I was about
to say that.
I think culturally they're gonna be fine. I think they're gonna be, still the same like Smash Mouth team they want to be, just dialed down from like 11 to like 8 or 7.
I think the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator leaving it's going to be a huge blow to them.
Yeah,
and I think we've seen enough that you just can't rely on Darnold. I mean, on
Goff?
Oh my God, Goff. Yeah.
I don't think he has that clutch factor.
Yeah,
no, he doesn't.
When the game is on the line, I think he actually is really bad when the game is on the line.
Yeah,
he makes a lot of mistakes when the game is on the line.
I also think the OC got too cute with his play calling.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like especially when Jahmyr Gibbs is getting like 8 yards a carry.
Yeah,
he should have had the ball more than that.
Yeah, having Jameson Williams throw the ball when the game is on the line is insane.
Yeah, he's not known for his decision making, is he?
Yeah, exactly.
He still had a good year though.
No, he had a good year. I'm just
he had a good year.
Chops about gambling and shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't gamble with him.
I'm honestly am worried about them next year, and if they aren't as good as they were the past 2 years, then I feel really bad for the Detroit Lions fans too.
I mean, I feel like they're a team that can just draft defense all day long if they want. Just building up that depth. Like their O-line is great.
Yeah, I guess they've
got weapons. Like, Laporte is fantastic. They got St. Brown. Williams is great. They got an awesome duo at running back. And yeah, Goff isn't the greatest, but I feel like they could still win as long as they have those pieces. And they got to do it now while most of these guys are on the rookie contract.
Yeah, Goff is great if you get up early and you're just, then they just coast. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
or
just lean on the run game.
Yeah, have a balanced attack.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I'm really, really worried about them next year. But
I mean, these years we talk about of like what could have been. Like
exactly.
A team with all the talent that you feel like.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the Chargers. The Chargers has happened to it like multiple times.
Oh yeah, there's so many years I picked them to be the team.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm just really worried about them next year. We'll see.
All right, let's do the Commanders.
Great year, man.
Yeah, fantastic year.
Probably the team we were all most wrong on.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I was calling them frauds.
I was right there with you, buddy. Right.
I gotta be honest, and I love Jaden Daniels. I mean, I just didn't think his rookie year we were gonna really see this.
No, it's too soon, man. He's like, there's no way he can keep this up.
Yeah, I need to prep.
I was high on him all year.
I bet you were, bud.
I was.
I ain't calling you a liar.
I put him at 9-6-9.
But I'm not calling you a truther.
I put him 9-6-9 week 4 through 15.
Just kidding. It's true. You were high on him more than we were.
It's just their defense was just such a glaring problem to me that I just I couldn't. And man, that was what really killed them in this game.
Yeah, I mean they were playing with house money at this point anyway, though. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah, it's a
got
great
nothing
season.
to be
They
disappointed with.
huge win to play in the NFC Championship game on a huge rebuild year. You know,
Yeah, it was a huge win to get into the divisional round for them like this year.
very
Like,
true. Yeah,
I
very
was
true.
like, their success was guaranteed as soon as they realized Dayton Daniels is the guy.
Yeah.
That was it. As soon as that happened, you just have fun and just do whatever you want. And they played loose, fun. Like everyone was having a good time. Like Terry McLaurin finally got the national chops he should have been getting like years ago.
Yeah,
Love
exactly.
that guy.
Yeah, he's great.
Like even Diami Brown was starting to come out towards the end of the year.
My dude.
I mean, I don't think he's shown much other than that.
Yeah,
But
I'm not.
I
I
love
don't
him
think.
coming out of school.
Just
At
saying, it's nice to
BYU.
see.
Yeah, I guess.
Whatever, hater.
He is. He just hates. So much hate in him.
Listen,
think
I just speak from my heart. Okay.
That's fair.
Typical Eagles fan.
The biggest, probably their biggest downfall was also going to be losing Sam Cosmi in that game. After he went down, I think they pretty much the Eagles D line, they're going to have no shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Carter was sitting in his lap like all game.
Yeah. Yep.
Not even Carter, like
That's
Jordan Davis,
that.
Williams. Jordan
Yeah.
Davis was. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, great year. It's going to be interesting what the moves that they make next year, because of a feeling players will want to come to the Commanders through like free agency and stuff. So
that's what's like so
And
great
they got
about
money
their
to
season.
spend, probably.
yeah,
They have a lot of money to spend, but they also like their tactic for the free agency was like, I'm going to spend, like 5 million on you, 10 million on you, like 6 million on you, like all these veteran players.
Yep.
Like, I'm surprised more teams don't do this instead of just going for these like huge swings.
Yeah,
They just was like, I'm going to get a lot of people, and one of you and some of you guys are going to work. Not all of you, but we're going to fill this roster up quickly.
Especially guys like Wagner, who just like keep producing. Like,
I think most of his value is through just him being a veteran and just like the leader and
leadership and run game were his two biggest things.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes you just
Frankie Luvu was a good pickup.
Yeah, he was. It was so funny seeing him fly over that.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic.
I was actually dying laughing because he just kept doing it.
I mean, what else did he have to lose at that point?
But yeah, he's a great player.
And they're going to have consistency next year. Like Kingsbury's going to be back, and
Quinn. Oh, and Quinn obviously he's the head coach.
Maybe a few more weapons on offense.
I wanted to bring that up.
Actually, I think they could probably limit the offense. Like maybe get another wide receiver, but maybe actually the right move would be building the defense back up, because there's just.
I would get an edge.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And possibly a D lineman. I mean, is Allen up? I think this year.
They're either up or
somebody
they're getting old.
is.
It's either Payne or Allen. I think it is.
I can't remember which one it is. One of them's up.
I think Allen is up. I think they signed Payne to a small extension, but they also have Johnny Newton. So
and he
needs someone.
I think he finished pretty well this year.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he played pretty well this year. But I definitely think they need another weapon at wide receiver.
Yeah, totally agree. But like the offensive line wasn't terrible.
No, they were good.
It's like it's not like they need a massive amount.
Yeah,
and like I said, with Daniel still on his rookie contract, they probably got money to spend in free agency again. Like
they do.
It's not unrealistic to say, hey, maybe T. Higgins will end up there. I mean, McLaurin and Higgins.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Can you imagine, like.
Yeah, that'd be. No, I can't, and I don't want to.
I want you to imagine it.
Just blocked it out.
I already forgot what you said.
Okay, I'll say it again. No, I just think keep building this roster up.
Yeah, I was in a weird spot where I was rooting for them, even though they were a division rival.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, exactly. Jane Daniels is fucking awesome.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, exactly. Scary Terry's great. And it's like, yeah. It's
I would
good,
I want to see like a side by side of like Jalen Hurts and Jane Daniels like sitting on a bench in between when their defense is on the field. Just like how emotionless both of them are.
They probably wouldn't say a word to each other.
No, I know. That's what would be funny. They're like staring off into space. Like,
Yep.
I would just want to. I don't know. It would just be so meme worthy.
Yeah, I got you.
It's like people who never watch, like, don't watch a lot of football at like the championship game we were watching. All they comment is like, that guy doesn't make any expression. What is he doing? he's just the Terminator.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because they're on so much speed.
Get more emotion out of speed, dude.
Like, oh god, I can't feel my face.
Let's get to the Bills. The poor Bills.
Are they poor? Once again, this is another team that went into a rebuild, lost a lot of their guys, and somehow turned around and did okay.
I like the term retool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because they kept, like, they had their O-line still. They had much of the running game players still. Other than maybe losing just losing Stephon Diggs was pretty much the only big
Boyer
one.
and Micah Hyde.
Yeah, but they were aging.
Yeah.
And
they didn't do too hot this year. Micah Hyde, I don't even think ended on a team.
He retired too. Or somebody,
but
one of the
still,
two
they were pretty, solid points of your defense for a long time.
Yeah, that's the point. A long time.
So the hard part was, like, I think they just didn't have the depth in the secondary. Yeah. If one of those guys got hurt, that was the big problem. Like, Christian Benford is great. Like, he impresses me every time I watch him. But after him, it's kind of like
I think Tron Johnson's pretty good.
Tron Johnson's good. Does he play corner, or is he more of like a
nickel
slot?
Yeah, he's a slot nickel guy. Yeah.
So if you're I guess for outside corner specifically, whatever their Kyler Elam, like he was bad as soon as Christian Benford got hurt.
And
first round pick
wasn't great either.
That's such a shame because I loved him.
Yeah,
on the Packers again too.
I could.
I don't know.
I could see it. You could probably say everyone's injured at some point.
I just think you got to keep it in mind when we think about, oh, well, this guy dropped off. It's like, well,
it's important context.
I agree. I mean, Josh Allen really put this team on his fucking back.
Yeah, he did.
Brought them all the way to the AFC Championship game. So,
and I think he got smarter with the ball too.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like he's really improved his game.
I'm really interested in what they're going to do in the offseason this year.
Well, it's kind of interesting that it was a mixture. Yeah, he put the team on his back, but it was like also they didn't ask him to do much in a lot of games too. Like they put it on the.
But I think that's what they
running
game to do.
Yeah,
right. Exactly.
That's what I was begging for, is them to run the ball. Like last year and the years prior, they just needed to run the ball more instead of just running with Josh Allen.
Running the football.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing wrong.
Yeah,
as as a lot of the teams that got into the playoffs this year, all of them almost had a great run game.
Yep,
almost all of them.
Sounds like we got to pay running backs.
I mean, it might start turning that way.
I hope so.
The value. I mean, now you have this influx of talent coming in, just completely floods the market, drives down the price.
No. I don't know how you guys can laugh at this. It's injustice.
I think I was very wrong on the Bills at the beginning of the year because I overrated the losses, I think, when their foundation, I think, was so good. Especially when you consider their O-line was kept intact. Yeah. Their D-line was pretty much kept intact. And then just like the overall defensive coaching was just way better than I expected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm really interested to see what they do in the offseason and their draft and all, to see how they build out this team more.
No, I agree. I think I want to say get another weapon. I'm not sold on Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
It's also his first year.
And he was struggling with injury a lot this
Yeah,
year.
but I don't want to wait another year just to see if he develops. Like I'd rather just if he's good, if he develops and I have another good guy, then I'm having like 2 once. Like that's
Yeah,
They
true.
still
I'd
have
rather.
Amari too. I mean, he could.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about Amari, but he didn't
Mm.
do anything for like
Yeah,
the whole
and he's
season.
only getting older.
And
But I still won't leave him out yet.
No, I agree. I honestly forgot about him because him and Khalil Shakir, like,
I love
I love
Shakir.
Shakir.
He might be up. Now I think about
I
it.
think he's got one more year.
Maybe he's got one more year.
yeah, he does.
I do think you need a one. So
Yeah.
a one to be established, whether that's in house or you're pulling that from out of house.
Correct.
But
Like I said,
But
they just need
hopefully
to fill out the team.
yeah,
Because
you need a
it's
cheap
a really good
one
team.
though. You don't want a guy who's gonna like demand the ball and ruin the vibe of your running game. Like the running game is the reason that
Yeah.
Josh Allen was being as efficient as he was.
Mhm.
Yeah, Cook really stepped up this year.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's great.
That was the other sad thing. Like they stopped running the ball against the Chiefs with Cook. Like
Yeah.
the reason I say with Cook is obviously they try to jam Josh Allen down their throats like too many times, but and I still think that worked more often than it didn't. But
yeah,
another phenomenal year by the Bills, and I know it's probably not going to mean much to them, but like, I mean, you have a MVP Hall of Fame level quarterback for
just keep riding on him.
Yep. Before he goes all Cam Newton.
What?
I don't know. As soon as I said it, I regretted it.
It's getting late.
Yeah, it is.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
You see him come in with the hat, I'm like, oh my god, I was right.
That'd be hilarious if you started dressing like him. That'd be so funny.
I kind of want to start dressing.
Honestly, Joe Burrow's already doing it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but Joe Burrow's cool.
Yeah,
That is true. He makes it work.
Yeah, exactly.
and his brain actually works. So like,
yeah,
that too.
It'd just be really funny to see how Josh Allen would wearing that. But anyway.
So finally, we got the Super Bowl matchup: the Eagles and the Chiefs. Like we said, two best teams.
Yep.
Would I prefer the Bills? I would have. If I said the two best teams, I would have said the Bills too. So
correct. Same here. I would have loved playing the Bills in the Super Bowl. I think we have a better chance. We would have a better chance against the Chiefs than the Bills, but I would still rather play the Bills because I think it would just be more fun.
I think you guys match up better with the Bills than the Chiefs.
Really?
I think so, personally. Because then you guys could focus on the run game because I think your corners are good enough to beat out all their receivers.
True.
And then just hope Josh Allen doesn't kick your ass. That's pretty much about it. Or at least mitigate the damage of ass kickage he's doing.
Well, I mean, you got Carter, so.
Where the Chiefs, I feel like, have the all-round team to match up well against the Eagles. The only thing I would say is maybe AJ Brown versus whoever they have, other than maybe McDuffie. Well, even like Devontae Smith, I think is probably could be your like secret weapon.
Yeah.
In this one, he's been quiet the last couple of weeks, mostly because you didn't need to use him.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't feed everybody,
Yeah.
And they might be too focused on covering like Saquon and AJ.
So I think Milano versus Hurts, man. Like
that would have been interesting.
His football IQ is dangerous.
How about we'll talk about the... Sorry, go ahead.
I have a feeling the Chiefs are going to really focus on stopping Saquon, and it'll be Hurts' game to win, and that kind of worries me.
Yeah, fair.
Completely understand.
I don't think that he... I don't think that he can't do it.
I mean, he almost did it without Saquon a couple years ago.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he can't do it. It's just... Thank God for Saquon, man.
It's like you take away Steichen, but you gain Saquon. How does that equalize out in this matchup? Like, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So we'll start off with this. Before we talk about each team, we'll do it by the draft order like we usually do, but we're going to start with the team we think loses.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Damn it.
We'll go with the Well, okay, we'll go with you. You go first. Who you
No.
think?
I don't want to. I would think the Eagles will win.
You think the Eagles? All right, I think the Chiefs will win.
Thank you.
Fair. Who do you think's gonna win?
Lucy, I love you, and I want to
fine.
see Saquon get this.
I want you guys to be the Chiefs. I want it.
And I just, I think it's gonna be the Chiefs. I don't want it, obviously.
Yeah, you do.
I hate your fans, but I do love. I love Barkley more. I can't root against them.
So based off the vote, Eagles are picking 31. That they had a crazy year. Like, what a turnaround from last year.
Thank God for Saquon. Again, I can't stop saying that.
And Fangio.
Yeah, and Fangio. Very true. Those are the biggest acquisitions we had last year.
I think so.
Our defensive coordinator and our running back.
And then Quinion Mitchell probably after that.
Yeah. God, he's so fucking good. Quinion Mitchell.
He is. He is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that he's also a rookie, but he's so fucking good. I love him.
Can't forget, good old DeJean.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, he's gonna be a slot corner.
Yeah,
I think. But
I want him by the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
as much as
definitely.
I can.
Yeah, definitely. That's what
playing zone, like a pseudo linebacker kind of kid. He's so good at it.
Yeah, he's great too. And Nolan Smith is stepping up too.
He is impressing the crap out of me.
Yeah.
Like one-on-one against some of those tackles, especially against the Packers.
Yep.
Like Zach Tom is no slouch.
Yeah.
Beat him like once or twice. I was like,
yeah. He's stepping up, and I'm excited to see him more.
I think you rotate him off against the Chiefs like right tackle. Because their right tackle I think sucks. Well, actually that's false. Isn't Joe Tooney over there now?
Yeah.
So maybe it won't be that easy, but he's still a guard, so maybe his speed could, beat him to it. But I think that could be a mismatch if it happens that way. I don't think Sweat's beating him that much.
Yeah.
But I think the speed of Nolan is insane.
Yeah,
I'm so happy to see him playing as well.
Yeah, he's great. And obviously Jalen Carter is just such a fucking monster, man.
Yeah.
he won the Rams game for you guys too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's just so fucking good.
And the crazy part is he's playing like almost every snap.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was I don't know if you guys saw it or remember it. Against the Commanders, Brian Robinson tried was it chop blocking him when they go for the knees or whatever?
Oh yeah, and he just jumped over.
Yeah, and he just hurdled him.
Yeah, that was dope.
Yeah, and he's like fucking 300 some pounds, man. Like
I was like, cool, you jumped. Yeah.
He's an animal. There's no other way of putting it.
And whatever guard was the backup that replacing the guy that was injured, he just
Tyler
like
Steen.
he just like slapped him in the face and he just like fucking fell over. Like he's a powerhouse, man.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking. Never mind. Tyler Steen's on your team. You're talking
Tyler
Commanders.
The Commanders
guy. I know what you're talking about. That was funny.
Yeah, he just like fucking pushed him in the face and he just fucking collapsed.
I remember that. That was great.
Yeah, he's so good. And Zach Bond, fucking crazy year.
All pro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, first year he's starting and he's an all pro. It's crazy.
That's why such a fun year to be an Eagles fan. Like it must have been frustrating at some points, but like
wow. Beginning of the year was extremely frustrating.
Guys only lost one time after the bye week. One time.
Yeah, the bye week was perfect. They figured a lot of shit out, I think. Mostly just having Saquon run the ball, but
Yeah, exactly. All right, Jalen, I love you, but we
just
got
hand it off.
we have a better running back than you.
Yeah, exactly. And the point of Jalen Hurts was very happy to do that. He doesn't give a
Yeah.
shit. He just wants to win. You know.
Exactly.
Oh, he loves being put on the bench. He loves that shit.
He loves winning. That's all he cares about. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm worried. I've been worried every single fucking playoff game.
Yeah,
with
pretty
this
much.
team.
I'm
I'm
not
not.
be worried one more week.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying. I'm not. That's why I don't. I haven't been predicting any game so far. So
Until now.
yeah, exactly. Which is why I didn't want to. And if we lose, I'm blaming you, Otter,
You're
for
welcome.
making me choose.
As long as I'm not believed.
That's funny.
Worried.
As for the Chiefs side, they're just
We like them. We have them all this high for a reason. It's
because they win every game.
Yep, that's what they do.
They're kind of like all these crazy endings to their games that they had throughout this year are so low probability.
It's weird.
They kind of remind me. So you have if you're ever talking to about generals, or if you're playing strategy games, there's the difference between strategy and tactics. You know, tactics are the short term moves you're gonna make to win a battle or win this game, whereas strategy is how you're gonna maneuver them into this battle and secure yourself long term. You know.
Yeah, it's about what's that saying? It's about winning the war, not the battle. Or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And the Chiefs have been all strategy, not well, they've been doing tactics too, but it just feels like they've been thinking about the long haul more than they think about just winning the next game.
Yeah.
You know,
I think we brought this up in one of our earlier episodes. It's so annoying with these ref calls where it's I don't think they would need them to win, but they're getting them anyway. And it's so annoying because it's it's fucking sickening to get to see these calls that they're getting. But it's I don't doubt that they would win either way. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just annoying. I don't think they need these calls.
You'd like to see it without the bull crap. I want to know definitively you're the best. You don't need these calls to win.
Which I think they are, but it's just they're getting the calls as well, and it's so annoying to see. It's
I'm worried about it going into the Super Bowl so much.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no skin in the game, and I'm like, oh god, please don't ruin this.
And you know how Andy Reid is with after a bye week, all his creativity that he could pour into, and he's just probably one of the best play designers.
Yeah, he really is.
Ever. And I think against Vic Fangio, that's kind of the other thing I'm worried about, because he's seen Vic Fangio before when he was coaching in Denver. So I think he kind of understands how his schemes work, or how to at least
it's not
pull out the weaknesses of that defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Vic Fangio's defensive plan is too hard to figure out. It's a huge bend don't break offense where we'll let you give the short passes and all, but once you get into the red zone, it's going to be tough. You know?
Right.
So
yeah, with some disguise coverages and stuff like that along the way.
Yeah.
Hopefully get some interceptions.
Yeah, but overall, it's bend don't break. I mean,
right.
They easily let people do short passes all over them.
And the thing I hate the most is you playing Mahomes that kind of game.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's gonna break you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he can kill it with the short passes.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. So
that's why it sucks that Nakobe Dean got hurt, because I think I'd honestly be more confident that there'd be not many weaknesses to exploit. I think Oren Burks, as good as he's played, if he's a target though in pass coverage,
you would, I think
you're
definitely
screwed. Yeah,
they'll pick on him, and whoever is opposite of Quinyon Mitchell, probably Slay, most likely Slay, but
yeah,
they'll pick on Slay too.
I think you would ideally just keep Oren Burks off the field as much as possible, and even if on run obvious plays, have Cooper DeJean in more than anything.
Yeah.
I mean personally, because you
Yeah.
know how they're going to turn when Oren Burks is on the field. I feel like they're just going to throw the ball. But then if you put Cooper DeJean in there all the time, then you're going to have Travis Kelce on him. He's going to be so big.
Yeah, exactly.
To take care of.
Well, I mean, I feel like DeJean on Kelce isn't such a terrible move.
I think it is.
I mean, who would you prefer?
I guess Gardner Johnson, but I don't know.
And we saw how that kind of worked out against other tight ends. He kind of got boxed out a bunch of times.
I mean, Gardner Johnson isn't great at covering.
I guess I would rather have. How is Bond in coverage? I guess I'd rather him spying Mahomes though.
Yeah, he's a
run defending.
But I think Bond is more of his own pass coverage kind of
thing.
But he's not manning up on anybody. At least low, I should say.
You definitely don't want him in man coverage against Kelce.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just think DeJean will get bullied by Kelce if he's covering him.
Yeah.
I do think though he's one of your best chances. As tough as it sounds, like I do think you just don't have many options, and when I look at what you got, I'm like, oh, this still kind of looks like the best.
Yeah, I think I'm coming around to your line of thinking because he's at least athletic enough to keep up with whatever Kelce's doing, and he understands his zones.
And he's never gonna outrun DeJean. Like it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point.
And I'm not worried about him having problems wrapping him up. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And even if he has a hard time doing it, like the team's been so good for the most part of rallying and tackling.
Yeah, and he'll slow down Kelce enough where everybody else will get to him.
Did I tell you guys how much I hate this conversation?
I mean, and I understand, man. Trust me, it's
you don't want anxiety all week thinking
exactly
all the ways you guys could lose.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so sorry your team's in the Super Bowl. So sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't wish that stress on my worst enemy.
Yeah.
We only have one Super Bowl, okay?
Must be nice.
And it was a miracle.
That was pretty awesome. I might rewatch that.
Yeah, it was a miracle Super Bowl win. We need a real one.
Like, you got your one.
You could stop your second three-peat.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you think about it, 2016 and 2018 was the Patriots. So,
yep.
We're all
I think the talent though for the Eagles is like just astronomical overall. That's like it's going to be a close game.
I hope so.
Like I think either one could come out on top.
Yeah, and I hope it doesn't end like the last time.
Off another flag.
Yeah, and then they just kneel out the clock, even though it was like, because it was such an exciting game, the whole game, and then that happened, and it was just such a deflator.
Yeah, exactly.
On such technically it was a holding or whatever the fuck whatever it was, but it's just like it was so ticky tacky.
Yeah, and they weren't calling that all game. That was
exactly. Yeah, but again, it technically was what they called, but
they weren't wrong.
Yeah,
it's just they decided to wait till the end to do it. Doesn't matter. I'm excited for this matchup. I wasn't at the time because obviously Bills, but we're about to wait. We're either going to witness history or we're going to witness history regardless. So
yeah.
I hope they can pull it off. But we will see. Like I said, my biggest thing is I want a great game.
Yep, that's number one.
B, I don't want the refs to fuck it. I mean, those are the two biggest hopes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm hoping for. We can get a clean game from the refs. I think you can't complain about whatever the result is. I don't want to hear any bullcrap about like, oh, it's the Eagles versus the Chiefs and refs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna get it either way.
Yeah, but at least like you'll probably say that they didn't call things at this point, but on both sides, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I hope for.
I'm excited.
I'm anxious.
Yeah.
You guys are
I
gonna
think-
win by 40. It's gonna be okay.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Not really, but
I mean, I think for you it would be.
yeah, I know.
Trust
It's
me.
just
The Seahawks win.
it's a
it was
double-edged
amazing.
sword. Yeah, it was a
It
double-edged
wasn't.
sword. If we win by 40 points, it'll be a double-edged sword.
All right, guys. I'm beat.
Mhm.
So I think we wrap this up. Hey guys, if you're still listening, and I don't know why you are, you are a real one if you are.
Yeah, we love you.
Thank you so much for listening. Obviously, draft content is going to be coming up shortly after the Super Bowl.
Woo!
And then free agency will be coming out, so we'll do some of that as well. Now the off season's come. This is everyone's favorite time of year, the hope season.
Oof.
So
The hope or depression.
it all depends on if it went the way you wanted. But anyway, yep. Thanks for listening. We'll catch you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.